on City of Beaumont, today is Tuesday. There will be March 3rd, 2020. And can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember White is absent. Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Carroll?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Santos?
Here. Okay, City Attorney, could you please do the item for discussion or closed session?
Yes, the council is meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, American International Group. Item number 2 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Urban Logic versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 1797201. The next item is City of Beaumont versus Norton Rose Fulbright, and that's case number RIC 1904645. Also, City of Beaumont versus McFarland Anderson, case number RIC 1813359. And then the last one is Alfonso Hatcher versus the City of Beaumont, MVC 1913810.
Thank you. I'll just, mention that we opened the City Council of 501, and we will adjourn the closed session to closed session at 5:02. Thank you.
Okay. Wait, on you, boss.
Yes, we're good.
Good. Well, this is the City Council of the City of Beaumont, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020. And, would you kindly, City Attorney, could you report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in executive session. Item number 1 was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, American International Group. There was no discussion on that item. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the cases were as follows. Urban Logic versus City of Beaumont, RIC 1797201. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item 2, City of Beaumont versus Norton Rose Fulbright, case number RIC 1904645. There was no reportable action on that item. Item 3, City of Beaumont versus McFarland and Anderson, case number RIC 1813359. There was no reportable action taken on that item. And item 4, Alfonso Hatcher Sr. versus the City of Beaumont, case number MVC 1913810, and there was reportable action on that item. And the reportable action was as follows. There was a motion made by Councilmember Lara and a second by Councilmember Martinez to defend the lawsuit that was recently filed against the city. And the vote was Mayor Santos in favor of defending, Councilmember Laura in favor of defending, Councilmember Martinez in favor of defending, and Councilmember Carroll in favor of defending. And that's a report out from closed session.
I was the second.
Can I correct that on the second was the Nancy Carroll, Council Nancy Carroll, who seconded the
Okay.
motion.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, now we go on an action or request for any requests for excuse absence on here?
I believe Mr. White stated he would not be here this evening.
Okay, very good. Let's do the pledge of allegiance. I will read that. Let's stand and put your right hand to your heart. Start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, announcement and recognition, proclamation, and correspondence. Okay, public comments, items not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form at the back of the table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action brought by your comments. I would like to take this opportunity first. Before I open to the public, I'd like to congratulate our ladies soccer team that won the CIF Division 3. We were there, watching them last Friday with Mike and Susie Lara, and that was super good. Super awesome that Beaumont won the girls soccer team. Now, are there any speakers, public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Terry Wortley.
Hi, good evening. The reason I'm here tonight is I live in Fairway Canyons, and we have a major road, Palmer, and it's becoming a nightmare. Somebody's going to get killed, and unfortunately, it'll probably be a child. We have something going on that started a few months ago. There are people just blowing through all 3 stop signs. They don't even slow down. They're going up to 45 miles an hour through all 3 stop signs clear to the bottom of the street. So it's happening in the morning when the kids are going to catch the school buses. And, the middle school rides city bus, so they don't have the extra protection of somebody watching them, in the red light and all that, where people are supposed to stop. But we don't know what to do about it. There have been calls made to the non-emergency police. I did see somebody on my road tonight on my way here about 5:22 p.m. I saw a police cruiser going down the street, and that's good. But we need something, I think, very specific that maybe for a week of very intense during those hours. And when people are coming home from work at night, to maybe, if we see the presence and people get stopped and people get written up, maybe they will stop this, because it seems to be the same people over and over again. Besides speeding, those 3 stop signs are critical, because when you're coming off of a side street, you can barely get out yourself if they do stop, let alone if they're going through. Some child going to one of those 2 parks is going to get nailed one of these days. So whatever help you guys can give us, we need it desperately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone?
No other speakers.
Oh, okay, good. Not good, I welcome you. I love this thing. Let me comment on that. I pass on the Palmer all the time. Is it between the Torrey Pines and?
Cuthbert and the Santa Mateo, that stretch Palmer.
Oh,
It's a raceway.
wow, okay, thank you. Consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances, resolutions to be read by title only. Any, to be pulled or for discussion on item number 1 to 9? Oh, 7. Up to 7. Okay, if none, it's, I need somebody,
Mayor, I'll make a motion
motion.
to approve items on the consent calendar, items 1 through 7.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Mayor Protem Lara.
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
yes. Okay, on the section of public hearing, there'll be all approval of ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Item number 8 will be a public hearing, consideration of request for modification of the conditions approval for plan 7-PP-12 for 13.6 acres located within the Sundance specific plan at northwest corner of 8th Street and Highland Springs Avenue. Stop report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Before you tonight is a request for consideration of modification for one of the conditions of approval for a previously approved plot plan. This request is pertaining to the Sundance Corporate Center, which is at the corner of Highland Springs and 8th Street. As you're all aware, this specific plan has been approved for both residential and commercial development. Plot plan 07 PP 12 and the parcel map was approved by City Council back in February of 2008. It's a 13.6 acre site. There are 3 buildings currently under construction. Those will be for medical office uses. Other entitlements or other pads that will be built out there are intended for likely other retail, commercial, or restaurant uses. The area is surrounded by single-family residential, both in the city of Beaumont and the city of Banning. The current buildings right now, 2 are under construction. The third one, Building C, which is closest to Highland Springs and 8th, is getting ready to have an occupant, or getting close in the next couple months to having an occupant in that building. So at build-out, the site will be accessed via 2 driveways on 8th Street and then a signalized driveway at Highland Springs Avenue. Back when this was approved, there was a traffic analysis prepared, and this provided recommendations showing how to mitigate any traffic impacts that might be created by these uses. Based on the analysis, a traffic signal was recommended to be installed at the Highland Springs entrance. This recommendation was included in the conditions of approval for the combined plot plan and parcel map. The recommended traffic signal at the entrance to the development from Highland Springs was required with the intent of facilitating safer, full movement access to the site and to maintain the city's desired level of service on Highland Springs Avenue. The condition was developed as a result of that 2008 traffic impact analysis, and the condition reads as follows. A traffic signal shall be installed at the intersection of Highland Springs Avenue and Driveway 1 to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works prior to building occupancy at the site. It was determined through the traffic impact analysis that there would be a deficiency in level of service on Highland Springs Avenue during peak evening travel times only. The proposed remediation for the deficiency was either providing a transition lane in the median on Highland Springs to allow left turn movement or signalizing the entrance. And again, the city determined that signalizing the entrance was the preferred remediation. So this signal is part of an overall traffic signal plan, which includes several signals north of this location on Highland Springs, as well as a signal directly across Highland Springs Avenue in the city of Banning. The applicant has ordered the signal poles, but there is a several-month lead time, both getting the poles here and with Southern California Edison to do some of the electrical stuff that needs to be done out there. The applicant is requesting at this time the traffic signal at Highland Springs Avenue be deferred so that a proper coordination effort on both Highland Springs Avenue for the construction and signal installation can be carried out in conjunction with Pardee Homes and the work that they're doing, as well as the city of Banning. Staff has discussed this proposed request with the Public Works Department as well as with Public Safety, and has resulted in the following 3 bullet points. The Highland Springs Avenue access point should be closed until the signal is installed, and the intent is to eliminate any use of that may result in unsafe left turn movements or anything out of that driveway. Construction traffic and customer traffic will be separated. Construction traffic will be directed to use the western driveway on 8th Street. This access point will be marked and will be closed when not in use. Customer traffic will utilize the eastern driveway on 8th Street, and this point will be fully improved at the time the first occupants open for business. Since there are 2 other points of access serving the site, Public Safety can adequately access the site in an emergency situation. The fire department determined that they only need access through the primary public entrance. They would be able to utilize the construction entrance if necessary, but the design of the main public entrance is enough, and there's enough circulation around, they could access any of the buildings as needed. So staff has determined that the signal does need to be installed before any additional permits on any of the pad sites are issued. But the site can, at this time, be adequately served by the two 8th Street entrances. The applicant's request for modification of condition of approval, 4.10, was presented at the Planning Commission meeting on February 11th, and the Planning Commission unanimously forwarded a recommendation of approval to City Council. At this time, staff is recommending City Council hold a public hearing and approve the proposed modification of condition 4.10. I'm available for any questions. Jeff Hart, Public Works Director, is available if you have any questions, and the applicant is also in the audience.
Very good. Thank you, Christina. Any public comment? No. Discussions?
I have
Later.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
question. Clarification, so we are recommending or considering not, or closing down, not having access on the interface with Highland Springs
Correct.
at that entrance and exit. And we're talking about putting that forward for when Pardee is actually working on the road there, and then we could do the signalization at the same time. My question for clarification is, what if Banning doesn't want to time it at the exact same time? What if they lag behind? Will we be able to do the signalization in conjunction with Pardee there and then have Banning pick up or interface in on Highland Springs at a later date? Or are we going to be all tied to the same date on that?
So this one is in our city, so I think that we can go ahead and do it ourselves. I'll defer to Jeff if he wants to, or if you need more detail and you want to hear from him specifically related to signal timing. But I think for the work that's being done in the city side, we have the liberty to
Okay,
do it at our discretion.
okay.
Yeah, good evening, Jeff Hart, Public Works. Yeah, we certainly, if it is unlikely that the both will go online at the same time, we can certainly operate the signal in order so that we are effectively not using that leg of the intersection until it is needed for their development.
Okay, thank you. I just wouldn't want to have to tie it to an exact timing issue between three agencies and have to put off anything that might help public safety there. So,
Right.
all right, thank you.
Just real quickly, I just want to emphasize that the planning commission has looked at this and has approved unanimously, and that we made the stipulation that no additional permits until everything's settled there on Highland Springs, and the fire access was okayed by the fire department. So I just want to point those safety factors out. Thank you.
Very good.
So for my clarification, the only permits that are currently issued are buildings A, B, and C, is that correct?
Correct. So buildings A, B, and C are the ones that are under construction. Right now, there's only tenant improvement in building C, and for the 3rd floor, there's one occupant at this time that's intending to go in there, and I think we're anticipating that maybe around April. I could defer to Ms. Harriman if you'd like some more precise information on that, but at this point in time, it's staff has only received the request for one occupant in only building C.
So when we talk about the fact that permits will not be issued, are we talking about permits for new buildings, but we can allow them to do the TIs and move tenants into those spaces in those
Correct.
buildings, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
the buildings that are under construction, they could still
Okay,
do their TIs and we could slowly move in tenants there, but the condition specify, or the request for modifying the condition is tied to those out parcels that have been approved along 8th and Highland Springs, which would tend to be more of your retail or restaurant maybe
Okay.
uses.
that makes sense. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Clarification also on my side on this, I mean, the driveway on the Highland Springs, are we gonna put a barricade in there, stop it, because we will be, building C will be open, so we'll put a barricade in there, so we will have only access on the 8th Street.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Staff requested that the applicant put in K-rails, which, are the permanent concrete barriers, because
Oh, good.
we felt that the use of or putting a gate in there, even a gate with a Knox, could lend itself to maybe construction traffic trying to use it, or
Yeah.
somehow someone getting in there, and we thought that maybe that would not be permanent enough, and we really do want to ensure that until it's signalized, that it's not used, both so it doesn't affect the traffic on Highland Springs, but also for safety purposes on those left turn movements.
That's my next question on that. You answered that. Thank you. Any discussion? I need with a motion,
Do we need to
please.
close the public hearing?
Open and
Oh, that's
close?
right, yeah.
Okay. We have an open, close it at 6:42 PM on the, and any motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the proposed modification of condition 4.10.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Protem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Okay, item number 9, public hearing and first reading of an ordinances of amending section 12.08.018 and 17.11.040 of the Beaumont Municipal Code. Stop. Jeff?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members. Yeah, the item before you is a code revision amending sections 12.08010 and 17.11040. 12.08010 is a section of the code that addresses adoption of standard specifications for public works improvements. We are proposing to amend this section in order to add expiration timelines to improvement plans and technical studies. The reason for doing this is we want to ensure that these plans and studies are compliant with current regulations, reflective of current conditions, and inclusive of current design criteria. Improvement plans that would be affected by this would be street improvement plans and storm drain improvement plans, and technical studies would be, subject to this would be hydrology studies, sewer studies, traffic impact studies, and estimates of probable cause. We are proposing that the previous mentioned improvement plans and technical studies expire 1 year from the date of approval if a permit is not secured. Sewer improvement plans aren't part of this list because sewer plans are, fall within the Eastern Municipal Water District standards that the city has formally adopted, and they actually expire 6 months from their approval date. Should an application for a permit be received after the expiration, improvement plans or technical studies shall be rechecked and approved prior to the issuance of a permit. Additionally, section 17.11.040 addresses grading requirements. Similarly, we were proposing to add expiration times to grading plans and geotechnical reports. Proposal is for grading plans to expire 1 year from the approval date, and for geotechnical reports to expire 3 years from the approval date. 3 years is pretty much industry standard. It's a little different than the rest of the improvement plans, but geologic conditions largely don't change over 3 years. If there's reason to believe that they would, then we request an update letter from whomever the consultant is to ensure that the conditions still apply. And with that, we request that the city council hold a public hearing and waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the city council amending sections 12.08010 and 17.11040.
Thank you. Any public?
Yes, there is. You open a public hearing?
Oh, yeah, it's 6:43.
Thank you. Damian Fassell?
Good evening, everyone. As stated, Damian Fussell with the Building Industry Association of Riverside County. I'll be quick. We're just asking for a continuance for this because unfortunately we did not get notice about this. I actually found it by looking at agendas. No hard feelings or anything, but we would like our builders to look at this. Typically, we get 14-day notice. We had sent a letter requesting that. So basic request is that we have a continuance, work with staff. Happy to meet with staff as soon as they're ready. But in short, just asking for a continuance because we did not get notice for this.
And I think one thing that's important to note, this does not include fees. So I'm not sure this really falls under the 14-day notice provision.
So certainly understand that point.
Yes.
However, it could affect things. So for example, if a developer is in the project or in the process of having a project and he did a study or something like that, and he hasn't pulled permits for all the units that he's planning on building, then that could negatively affect him. The unfortunate truth is we just haven't had time to find this or look through this because we just found out about it Friday. So we're not saying necessarily that it's bad or it's good. We would just like time to look at it and meet with your staff. That's all I'm asking. It's not necessarily that we're in opposition or in support of it yet. We just have not had enough time to look at it.
I don't, my review of it, it seems consistent with the California Building Code as well, as far as the 1-year expiration. The only thing I was going to look at adding was a modification to when plans are in plan check, making sure that they're approved based on the code that's in effect at the time of approval. But it seems consistent with the California Building Code.
Yes, but then again, I would like to go to the point that if our builders are in the process and have not pulled a permit yet, and they already did a study, that could cause some negative impacts towards them.
And one additional clarification on this provision, what it says is that if plans have been submitted and the review comments have not been returned back within a 12-month period, those can be resubmitted, but there's a recheck that's going to be required. So that initial process would require a re-review of those plans to ensure that they were up to speed with any code changes that would have happened from the time that they were originally submitted, the time that those comments were provided, and the time that the plans were ultimately returned back.
I think maybe also for clarification, what it talks about, because you're talking about pulling permits, it just is indicating that the approval is valid for a period of 1 year. So you could pull your permits, and then once the permits are pulled, it doesn't indicate that that plan expires.
Certainly understand that for future projects, but our concern is that anyone that is in the process now. Suppose, for example, that Pardee did a study, a sewer study or traffic study 13 months ago, and they haven't pulled their permits yet. That's for something that we would mean. And then they would ultimately have to do that again, even though they already did it 13 or 14 months ago. And to be completely honest, we haven't had time to talk to all of our developers to see if that is a problem yet. It may not be, quite frankly. It may be that they just did all theirs or it's not a problem. But the unfortunate truth is that we did not get notice of this. So we're asking for a continuance to be able to talk to our developers and builders.
Yeah, so real quick, so my understanding is at least this was noticed in accordance with the requirements for the ordinance. There was a public notice given. In the example given, I mean, that's the reason for this revision, is if they had a sewer study that expired or was done 13 months ago, is we want the opportunity to relook at that and make sure it's still reflective of conditions and not subject, if there's other developments that have come online or other conditions that have changed that may impact the ability to serve, appropriately.
I just want to say, I think it absolutely falls within the code, and it's consistent with standard procedures, and it is an ordinance, and it's not going to affect any type of fees, so I don't have an issue with it. I think we were properly noticed, so I support it.
I would like to point out that we did indeed send a letter that was certified mail saying that we should get 14 days notice, which I have here.
Which is a matter of opinion based on whether you think it qualifies or not, so I think I'm good for it.
I'm good with it.
This follows best practices, correct? This is a typical best practice guideline that we're recommending here.
Yeah, this is very similar. I mean, I looked at a lot of agencies very similar to large agencies that use LA County, Orange County, Temecula. We did look at several other agencies as well as consistent with agencies I worked for as well before.
Thank you.
I would like to clarify that it's not necessarily that we are in opposition, it's just we have not had time to review this. So we're just simply asking for a continuance.
So we'll go ahead and
No more public comment.
Thank you for your time.
public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we close that, skip through one. Okay, another hearing on item number
We need to
10.
We're gonna.
Oh,
put the action on this.
We need action.
I
Oh,
do,
let's do a motion.
I do have a clarification that I'd like to make sure that we have on. I just want to make sure that in the municipal code that we do reference that the plans must be approved based on the codes that are in effect at the time of approval, because this addresses issuance, or once the plan's approved, you've got 1 year in order to obtain the permit. But what it doesn't address, what I've seen, at least in my prior job, was that sometimes plans will languish in plan check for months or years. And so what I want to make sure is that would be fine as long as there's no code change, but the plans that are, when they're approved, at the time that they're approved, they do meet the current code, is what I'm at, I guess. Would like to see in there. So just at the time of approval, plans must meet the code in effect at the time.
So you want to propose a revision to that ordinance adding language that at the time of approval, they're reflective of current code? I think we're covered in that regard. I will say that, I get it because it's a little bit of a different animal. We'll get some people that will submit, and then for whatever reasons, they will languish for 6 months or further. We would absolutely be, I think staff has the authority to do so, but we would absolutely be looking to make sure that when they are checked and they are still in the plan check process, that they are compliant with the regulations in effect at the time of review. But as far as adding to the language of the code revision, I think we're covered to ensure that, that they will be compliant with the codes in effect at the time of approval as it sits.
I think it's just a clarification that says, because we do say in this language, and the intent is that it's the codes that are in effect at the time that the permit's being issued.
Right.
So I think what Councilman Laura is simply asking is that we just make sure we clarify that, because it says, and fees paid in accordance with all of the then applicable provisions of this section. So he's just saying, with the applicable in effect at the time that the permit is being issued, I think is a clarification of the language.
Approved, right.
Okay, I think that's fair.
I just want to make sure it's clear to the development
Right.
community as well. I understand that we
Right.
have that flexibility, but just to make sure it's clear, that's all.
Yeah, understood.
I appreciate that. And other than that, it was a good job. I'm glad that we're doing that.
Very good. Okay.
No motion.
Voting discussion? Further?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You okay? Motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to waive the full reading and approve at its first reading by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending sections 12.08.010 and 17.11.040 of the Beaumont Municipal Code with the modifications suggested.
Second, we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
So cool.
Councilmember
Flapping at you
Martinez.
guys. Come on.
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll.
Hello, Dave.
Love.
Okay. Councilmember
Yes.
Carroll, Mayor Bertomelara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay. Item number 10, public hearing and consideration of interim urgency ordinance for temporary moratorium prohibiting tire sales and tire repair establishments. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. At your February 4th meeting, staff brought a discussion item before you regarding a temporary interim urgency ordinance prohibiting tire sales and tire repair establishments. At that time, the City Council did provide direction to staff and requested staff to prepare the urgency ordinance. If the urgency ordinance is approved, it will be in effect for 45 days. The urgency ordinance can be extended twice. The first extension would be a 10-month, 15-day extension, and then the second one would be 1 additional year. The moratorium does allow staff time to prepare an ordinance amendment that addresses specific definitions, land use categories, and development standards related to tire sales and tire repair businesses. It also will allow time for the downtown-specific plan to be completed, reviewed, and adopted, which is where the majority of these existing businesses are located. So at this time, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve ordinance an interim urgency ordinance of the City of Beaumont enacting a temporary moratorium prohibiting tire sales and tire repair establishments pursuant to Government Code Section 65858. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Public hearing.
You gotta open the public hearing. Open the public
You
hearing.
open a public hearing first.
Public
and-
hearing?
Right, no speakers.
No. Okay, great. Thank you. Any discussion?
Time, open, close.
We got the open hearing on this 6:54 PM, and we're closing at 6:57.
Okay.
Any discussion? Not,
If there's no discussion,
discussion, we'll just.
I will make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only an interim urgency ordinance of the City of Beaumont enacting a temporary moratorium prohibiting tire sales and tire repair establishments pursuant to Government Code Section 65858.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara.
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay, we go on. Thank you. Action items, approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Item number 11. Extend Dudek Inc. contract for water, underwater, or groundwater surface water monitoring services related to a maximum benefit monitoring program for the Beaumont and San Mateo groundwater management zones. Stop. Report, please.
Thax Avebel, Chief Plan Operator. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Because that title is such a mouthful, and I thought it would be really helpful to have a little presentation about what this is, why we do it. It's based on a State Water Board resolution. We're ordered to do it. And I have the honor of introducing Steve with Dudek tonight. So he's got a brief presentation of ground monitoring, what it is, why we do it. Steve Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mayor Santos and City Council members. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. Let's see if this will work better. This is me. Okay. Sorry, looking for the full. Full screen. Oh, here it is. Thank you. The Max Bay Defense Program, so I'll make this as quick as I possibly can here. Go to the presentation outline. Maximum benefits, I'll be here to talk to you and present to you what it is the city is obligated to do, and the compliance monitoring that you're engaged in right now. And then we'll go into wastewater treatment plant, the reclaimed water that is discharged to the creek as it is right now, and then also future uses of reclaimed water for irrigation purposes and also for recharging the groundwater basin there. And the monitoring is also, looking at surface water monitoring, groundwater monitoring, and then we'll talk about the status of monitoring as it is today and what we need to check to make sure that the city is in compliance with the state board order. So in 2004, there was an update to the 1995 plan where they introduced a salt management plan where they talked about looking at concentrations of total dissolved solids, or your salts, and nitrogen in the form of nitrate, if you will. And they established groundwater management zones, Beaumont being one of those zones. And so the whole idea behind this was to encourage the use of reclaimed water for use in the basin, either as applied irrigation or for groundwater recharge. Basically, it's minimizing the use of potable water for non-potable use. And so they define this assimilative capacity, and what this is they're looking at groundwater conditions, they're looking at the concentration of TDS, total dissolved solids, or salinity, and nitrogen in the basin. How does that compare then to the water quality objectives defined in the basin. The maximum benefits are actually water quality objectives that have been defined a little bit higher to give you more space or room, if you will, to discharge reclaimed water, which typically has a higher TDS and maybe a higher nitrogen content than potable water. And then every 3 years, you're tasked with, or there's an entity for the whole upper Santa Ana River watershed basin that has to calculate the ambient water quality every 3 years, compare that to these maximum benefit regulations, these water quality objectives. For the Beaumont zone, the maximum benefit is 330 milligrams per liter for TDS, 5 milligrams per liter for nitrate, and then there's what they call an anti-degradation, and that's a little bit lower. That's based on actual historical data. The idea being that if the basin condition exceeds the maximum benefit, then the board has the right then to say, okay, now for compliance, you have to bring your treatment to the level where you're meeting the anti-degradation limits. This is a map of the basin itself. You got Beaumont Basin and has the TDS and nitrate maximum benefit levels on there. Downstream of your basin, you've got San Mateo Basin. Adjacent to that, Yucaipa. Those values are a little bit higher. The idea being that as you go downstream, you're picking up more nutrients, you're picking up more salts, and so the limits are a little bit higher. So the Beaumont commitments to this is implementing monitoring, which we have been doing for a number of years now. Completing recycled water supply systems for irrigation use, constructing your wastewater desalter and brine disposal facilities, which should be coming online in a few months, which would be very helpful. And then talking about recycled water recharge to the basin itself as a means of replenishing your groundwater basin. The Yucaipa Valley Water District is acting as the data manager. In other words, they're collecting data from the Beaumont, the San Mateo, and the Yucaipa basins. Collectively, that data comes together to create an annual report, which goes to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. That's something that we're working on as well. So there was a work plan that was put together for the monitoring program in 2015. Basically, you're collecting groundwater and surface water data that comes together to do this ambient water quality calculation. The surface water work, we go out there every other week to collect data. The groundwater is once every 6 months. You're looking at the spring and the fall times in the year. And that data comes together then, like I said, into the annual report, and then every 3 years, reassess to calculate the ambient water quality. How are you guys doing compared to those maximum benefit limits? This is a map showing the surface water monitoring. And let's see here, the green dot here, Beaumont Wastewater Treatment Plant 001, that is your active discharge point right now. And it's discharging to Cooper's Creek, which is tributary to San Mateo, which is tributary to the Santa Ana River downstream. We're going to be taking a look at the data from this discharge point, basically the quality water, your reclaimed water that's being discharged to the creek. And then we'll take a look at the farthest downstream monitoring station, which is this STC-01, which is in the upper left corner of the map. That's the farthest downstream of your basin that you're required to monitor. So looking at the discharge or your reclaimed water that's being discharged to the creek, this is concentration of total dissolved solids. The green horizontal line represents the maximum benefit limit, 330 milligrams per liter. You're discharging a little bit above that, around 400 to 450 milligrams per liter. When this RO system comes online in about 3 months or so, hopefully, that should drop below that water quality objective. So you'll be meeting your compliance, commitment there. The blue line represents the volume of water discharged to the creek. And so through time here since about 2010, you've been a steadily increasing trend in the amount of water discharged to the creek. The next plot, now we're looking at that far downstream monitoring station. And now we're starting to see the influences of stormwater runoff or other runoff into the creek. You see seasonal fluctuations in the flow. That's the blue line there, oscillating up and down, if you will. And then the TDS is the green, and TDS is a little bit higher. It's about 50 to 100 milligrams per liter higher than what you're discharging to the creek. So between your discharge point and this farther downstream, we're picking up other runoff, more salts, nitrogen, if you will, and we'll see that in the next slide. So there's more contributing to the overall stream flow. Taking a look at nitrogen now, the other component of the maximum benefits. This is your discharge. And again, we see some spikes in nitrogen that exceed the maximum benefit obligation there of here at 6.7 milligrams per liter. That seems to be a seasonal effect. There's just a reduction in the nitrogen removal, if you will, in the process right now. But what I have here on the kind of the lower right corner of the graph is a plot of the 10-year volume-weighted running average, and that is actually what you're really held to. That is what the maximum benefit, your concentration is being discharged to the creek. That's what you're looking at. And so you're well below the 10-year running average. You're well below this maximum benefit limit. So you're in compliance there with nitrogen. And let me just go back 1, 2. You can kind of see the black line here in the TDS plot, just below the lower part. So you're exceeding the maximum benefit there, but again, with the RO system coming online in a few months, I expect that to drop below that limit. This is nitrogen downstream at the farthest point. Again, you see the seasonal fluctuations in flow. You're picking up runoff during the wet seasons, low flow during the dry seasons. Nitrogen, though, at that point is a lot lower than what you're discharging. That is between your discharge point and this point. You've got a lot of vegetation there, that plant uptake of that nitrogen, so it's a nutrient, and those plants are thriving, and so that loss of nitrogen there. So that's the surface water component. Now we'll take a quick look at the groundwater component here. Part of the maximum benefits program is what's required is to get a spatial representation of the whole basin, and so all of these wells are here are part of the program. They were picked because, well, they cover the whole basin. And this is TDS, and if you can see the numbers, I'm sorry, it's a bit small, but overall, the whole basin, you're well below the maximum benefit. There is assimilative capacity, meaning you can discharge water to this basin that has a little bit higher TDS content, a little bit higher nitrogen, and you're still within compliance with the regional board. What's interesting is just downstream, or a little bit farther west of the outfall, there's an old landfill. It's not in operation anymore. And then there's the poultry ranch property as well. There you got high concentrations, 600, 700, 800 milligrams per liter, high salinity there. That, I think, is a result of the activities at those locations. The former landfill, they're monitoring that. It's no longer in operation, but it definitely is being monitored, and I think there's probably some kind of treatment going on as well. And then the ranch, the poultry ranch as well, has some contribution, if you will, to the groundwater quality there. In fact, if we look at the next plot here, this is nitrate. You get the same picture. Overall, the whole basin, you're well below the maximum benefits, except for around the old landfill and the poultry ranch. Fertilizer use, whatever has been deposited or at the landfill, that's showing up in the water quality there. These two plots that I showed you are snapshots of 2018. The next slide is looking at more of to give you a timeline of historical context here through time. This is a plot of TDS and nitrate concentrations at that poultry ranch well in the groundwater. And you can see that really, I mean, going back to 2006 roughly, they have been at 600 milligrams per liter TDS or higher, and the nitrogen's been at 12 milligrams per liter or higher. This is, to me, a demonstration that what's been going on at this property, that's what we're seeing here. This is not a result or a function of what you've been discharging to the creek. And we'll see the same thing here at one of the landfill wells, same historical perspective. I mean, it's been pretty consistent, and I don't think there's been an influence of any discharge from your outfall and your wastewater treatment plant, the reclaimed water that's discharged to the creek. Then as you go a little bit farther downstream to the Morongo Golf Course area, they have a well there. Here, the TDS is a lot lower, the nitrogen's a lot lower, not influenced by, obviously, the reclaimed water use, or anything actually migrating down from the old landfill and the poultry ranch. So the status of monitoring, so in Beaumont, we're looking at over 100 wells where we are either collecting groundwater level data, water quality data, or both. In 2018, we met 55% of the monitoring requirements. In other words, there are just some wells that no longer exist. A lot of them are privately owned. The owners don't give us access to the wells anymore. Or for whatever reason, one measurement was only collected. And so there's certain requirements that we have to meet. Right now, this year, we're putting the next annual report together. We have to reassess And if there are wells that, like I said, don't exist anymore, to find others to take their place. And so to make sure that the city is in compliance with the monitoring requirements in the basin plan. And that's it. So thank you for your time. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Steve.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. And the slides are very informative. Hard to catch up on the graphing and the data points and everything from the quick look, but they're very thorough, and I really appreciate it because we talk so much about these things, but when you see it graphically and then you see it from year to year, I just feel much more informed than before the presentation, so thank you. But my naivete is going to show. You did one of the slides, for instance, that you showed us, and you talked about the nitrates, and you gave the poultry ranch as an example, and then you graphed it over the years. The poultry ranch isn't in operation anymore, but yet it's going up. Now, I know there's cattle that's around there, et cetera, but which may affect it. You're more of the scientist than I am on that point. But why would that be going up like it is?
Well, and then also like.
Or did I read that wrong? It was going up, correct?
I believe so. Let's take a look
Yeah.
at it again.
Because it hasn't been in operation now for a decade, almost, I believe.
This is, I was at this poultry ranch. It might be a different one, but I was at one a few years ago that was still in operation.
Is this the one on Cherry Valley?
Let's see here. Let's find this.
It's off of 4th
Does
Street.
anybody know?
There-
MCM is the one that you gave the example of. Maybe it is a different poultry ranch.
It may be, I think there's one that's a little bit farther down the street that is no longer in operation. I know that.
Yeah, there's an MCM, I think, down on San Timoteo.
Right, I think there's two of them.
Yes.
So this one is closer to, I guess, the outfall, if you will. The
Okay.
one maybe you're thinking of is
All right,
farther
so
down
that's
the way.
probably the difference. I was just wondering why it seemed to keep trending up and up and up when it wasn't, the one I'm thinking of wasn't in operation anymore. So,
Right, right.
all right.
You know, and the other thing too, like this landfill, for example, as well. I mean, it's been pretty consistent. Yes, it could be, even though it's been, excuse me, out of operation for a number of years, there could be a continuing source, if you will, from land surface. When you get rainfall events, you get some water that's percolating through the ground, and so it's going to pick up that residual nitrogen or salts, if you will, and it's going to carry that down. So these things may tend to act as continuous sources, if you will, even though the operations have ceased years prior. And then once it gets into the groundwater, then it has a tendency, well, to migrate off, but then it also may be held by other, what's in the pore, or what we call kind of sorbed to the soil, if you will. If there's any other organic content down there, it will hold on to that nitrogen, for example.
Well, I very much appreciate, thank you for the clarification, because oftentimes when we talk about the work that we're doing in the community
Right.
to improve the quality of water, to get the recycled water in place, to do the more forward-thinking osmosis and all the planning that we do, sometimes it just sounds like a lot of smoke and mirrors, you know, that there's really not a lot behind the curtain. But when you do this profile of where all the wells are and how the monitoring is both on the groundwater and, you know, on the basin, I really very much appreciate that there's an awful lot of work that is going on behind the scenes to make sure we're on track. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
The names, the personal names that are on the chart, those are personal wells that you monitor?
Yes.
And then, so we have access to their wells that we monitor. So if those numbers go off, are we responsible to fix that, or how does that? I mean, or is it just monitoring, just data that we're collecting?
It's just monitoring, it's just collecting data, but then all of that data coming together to then take a look at the big picture for the basin, if you will. Right.
One of the concerns across all the management zones is the loss of these wells, the access. Some of them just go away. Some people over time change their mind, deny access. And it's an overall concern for all the agencies to keep this data alive and moving. in the future, so we're always looking for other access points, other wells, but it's also important to keep the existing ones so you can really keep the localized trends.
All right.
Thank you.
No, I just appreciate the PowerPoint, makes it clear. The other thing I'm looking forward to is to watching that drop when our wastewater treatment system comes online, because that'll be a big benefit to everybody that participates in this basin as well.
Right, right.
Absolutely.
Right,
Right.
thank you.
Good.
Okay.
My quick questions on those, abandoned, wells or existing. Can us, as city, can we have water rights on those wells so we could maintain those wells? I'm just thinking of having access on the wells.
What we have done in the past is the city has sent letters to these private owners asking for permission to access their wells and collect these samples for this program. Does that answer your question?
My point is having access on those wells to use the waters in there, the underground waters. That's my point. If that would be possible, if the city can get involved on that, have access on that existing wells. If not,
My understanding is, well, the access for this purpose is for just this monitoring.
I know,
So it's
monitoring.
the sampling and monitoring
I know.
under this contract wouldn't be for,
not on this point.
not use of the,
Okay, so, yeah.
Right. I mean, we are finding that most of the private owners are very open and eager to share their well with us, because they're very interested as well to know what the
Right.
water
Oh, you
quality is
bet.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay, very good, Steve.
All right, thank you.
Good job, thank you.
I'll make a motion to extend the contract with Dudek Inc. for the 2020 maximum benefit report for groundwater and surface water monitoring in the amount not to exceed $51,460.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Protem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Item number 13. Make it 12. You jump. You jump in here. So, item number 12, up there regarding the West Side Fire Station construction project and CAL FIRE presentation regarding community fire hazard. Staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, no, we did. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
what I would like to do for you is walk through the timeline and the progress to date with regard to the West Side Fire Station. And really, the highlight of this presentation will be Fire Captain Marcus Hernandez with CAL FIRE, who's a special guest for us this afternoon, or this evening. He's here to address the other side of the discussion, which is the issues surrounding insurance and insurability within the community. If you look through the staff report, we've gone through some effort to reach out into the insurance industry, visit with people. We've done quite a bit of research with regard to what's going on statewide. And there's some information that was included in the packet that looks at the challenge of homeowner insurance and insurability, particularly with regard to fire damage that's happening throughout the state of California. And really, it began with the wildfires that began back in 2013 through 2015. A lot of individuals, homeowners, found themselves in a situation where their insurance was either being terminated or they were facing extreme increases in their insurance premiums. There's been some additional steps that the legislature has taken to address that, specifically actions taken to mandate that an insurance premium cannot be canceled within 1 year of an emergency being declared within the state, so a wildfire emergency. So the governor would declare an emergency within, or a disaster zone within a specific zip code, and then you could not have your premium or your insurance program canceled. Doesn't address the premium issue. So, but that being said, the impact on premium is very complicated. There's a lot of factors that are going into it. It's just not ISO. It is a bunch of other factors that are happening. There's two different types of hazard maps that have been created, one through the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission. They've got some hazard maps that designate areas as fire hazard zones on the basis of how likely wind or other issues might cause electrical systems to cause wildfire. And then the FRAP, which is coordinated through CAL FIRE, that looks at other issues pursuant to the wildlife urbanization interface that's occurring between development coming into previously undeveloped or natural habitat areas. So anyway, we'll get into that a little bit. One of the things that I think that is critical to note as we walk through the process of where we've gotten to today, I got here on October 31st of 2016. At that time, we had a major judgment. The city was facing potential bankruptcy. Our general fund balance at that time was negative $7 million. So we began the process of working through to try to get to a fiscal sustainability, try to resolve and relinquish those other claims that were pushing the city towards potential insolvency. We made it through that process in about 2 years of work to get to that point. One of the issues that we were facing was an effort to establish some reconciliation with regard to the actual cash balances that we had in our impact fee program. So fees and payments were being collected from developers are being pulled into a single account, and we had to go back and begin to try to itemize when and how the various different impact fees have been collected to try to then determine what was spent out of those revenues to come up with final balances. So we had 14 different impact fees that we needed to go back through and provide reconciliation for. So we get here, we have a negative $7 million fund balance. We're trying to work through and figure out how to address that issue. We had the need to go back through the process to reconcile and determine exactly how many impact fees and what resources we had. Some of those impact fee reconciliations included looking at the public safety fee, which applied towards the construction of the fire station. So we had those two main elements going on. One of the issues that came before council in May of 2017 was a potential proposal to the city council to secure property. At that time, it was a little over 4 acres for the construction of a new fire station as well as a police station. So really looking at a public safety campus in that area. So that was approved and agreed to. So the landowner actually has now deeded the original 4 acres, and we've added 2 more acres to make sure we had enough space to accommodate police and fire at that particular location. So we're talking about a new central police station as well as a fire station over there. So in August of that year, we had an MOU. We were working with the developer to try to establish the conditions and really the agreement by which we would be able to bring back to council to accept the property, that 6 acres. Knowing that that was in the offing, we actually included in the first ever CIP, 5-year capital improvements plan. So the 5-year CIP is a 5-year plan of the design and construction of specific capital improvements, and it covers public safety facilities, streets, parks, the wide array of different capital programming needs that we've identified. So City Council had established that as a priority. We had included it at that time in our first CIP for the design of the station. So it was needing to look at the preliminary layout and then moving forward towards developing the bid documents that we need to actually construct the station. So, and again, that was the timing of that in August 15th of 2017 was in anticipation of the application of the implementation of design in the 2018-2019 fiscal year, which would have been the next year. So we operate on a fiscal year that begins on July 1st and goes through June 30. So it would schedule in that timeframe. For the following year, for fiscal year 1920, which would be this fiscal year, we allocated $3.5 million for construction. So at that time, we had estimated about $4 million in DIF balances that we were utilizing to try to get that station constructed. Finally, in October, we were able to complete the agreement and bring forward a deed, a grant deed for the city council to accept the land. So once that land was acquired and we got it executed, we came back to council in May, in that appropriate fiscal year, to hire and award a design contract award. So we did award that on the meeting of May 15th of 2018 to Claremont Environmental Design Group. We had a preliminary design contract for them in an amount not to exceed $209,000. Of course, item 5 I've already addressed it. We had added the extra land that was there. One of the issues that we knew we needed to try to address was the issue of trying to enhance the city's fire service. So we had, and we continue to experience increases in calls for service. We wanted to be able to try to address that. We also had to contemplate the ability to grow into the staffing costs associated with opening up a new station. So we know the time we want to build, and we know the time that we want to try to open and staff. We talked to CAL FIRE at that time and got an estimate to add a fourth or another engine company to the community. I'm sorry, this was a third one, a full one. And that cost us about $1.5 million additional dollars. So again, in that time frame, we were looking at some severe financial distress and additional things we're working on to try to get the city to a platform. At that time, we also began developing multi-years of fiscal modeling with an eye to begin to develop some sustainable modeling for the community. So we know we're heading into recessionary trends. We know that we need to open and enhance services, particularly fire and police services. And we begin the process to say, okay, when and how can we begin to add those additional costs, absorb them, and do it in a sustainable manner so that, particularly with the fire station, we don't want to have a station built and have it sit vacant until we can try to open the station. Once we do open the station and staff it and equip it, we need to know that we can maintain it in perpetuity. We don't want to brown out stations. We don't want to close stations and try to reopen. Particularly in fire service, it's extremely difficult to close and reopen stations. You hire people, you staff it, they know the area, they know the operations and the needs that are there, and it's just very difficult to ramp up and ramp down on a basis. So we wanted to make sure that we were sustainable as we opened it up. So we dropped that project cost in. We worked out an arrangement with CAL FIRE to add the additional, what we call a paramedic squad. It's basically a 3/4 engine company. So that initial cost was about $1.2 million that we absorbed into the operating budget, and we have that programmed in moving forward with additional annualized increases in those costs that are going to occur. So we did that as a basis to be able to expand that crew to a full engine company to coincide with the opening of the fire station in 1920 and full staffing in 2021. So we've got our preliminary design contract going. In August 20th, we did provide an update to City Council with regard to where we were. At that point, we reported back that the conceptual design was 95% complete. One of the things that's important to note additionally is that the designing construction of a fire station isn't like building a home or a commercial building. There's a lot of design considerations that need to go into it. We were looking not only at trying to address ongoing needs and perpetual needs for fire protection and fire safety, we had to contemplate also other public safety elements. For example, we know as we open the station, we want to have a space to be able to accommodate some police needs, to have an additional office for them to be able to anchor there, write reports, do some things like that. But we needed to work through ADA issues. We got to work through other environmental design issues. There's significant other elements that have to go into play with that. In addition to that, we had many ongoing conversations with CAL FIRE about what they needed, what the trends in fire protection were, the type of engine and apparatus and things that we need to have accommodated in the station. So we created a preliminary design that went out to CAL FIRE and to our contracting team and our in-house staffing teams, and we had to make some additional adjustments. Some of them were moving walls, some of them were actually reallocating and reestablishing how buildings were laid out on the site. We had to move bays over and do some various things to address environmental and other operational considerations. So that takes a bit of time to complete. We also needed to look at other stations that are being built, what worked, what didn't work. The issue that we're looking at is this station's going to be here for the foreseeable future. So we're not designing a station for what we need today. We're also looking for the ability of the station to meet ongoing needs on into the future, and potential expandability, some things like that had to go into that process. Ultimately, in September of 2019, City Council did approve the conceptual design and layout for the property, which did include the final adjustments that we needed to make, and then they authorized us to move forward with the final design on the project. So all that being said, the construction, design and construction have remained consistent on schedule with our CIP. And we continue to move forward on, again, the schedule that we had outlined and laid out from the beginning. As we're nearing completion on the final design, we're still on schedule to go out to bid this summer. Our design consultant came up with a final preliminary estimate for the project. So we're looking at a $6.8 million construction, and that's just on-site construction. That doesn't include any off-site. We're estimating the additional off-site construction to be another $2 to $3 million. And that off-site's going to be environmental mitigation. It's going to be paving. It's going to be, if there's any drainage issues, it's also going to be any kind of utility design that's going to have to be done. So we're working to complete designs on all the off-site as well as the on-site improvements that are required to bring this into play. We do have an upcoming budget amendment, and one of those elements of the amendment will include amending the CIP, the 5-year capital improvements plan. With that, we'll be needing to bring another $4 to $5 million of funds into the project, of which I'm preparing to ask y'all to consider allocating your reserve funds over to address that need. We're sitting at the end of this last fiscal year. Our audit that we'll look at a little bit later here has us ending last fiscal year with about a $15 million general fund reserve. So we'll be utilizing a large portion of those funds to help complete this project moving forward. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we began looking into the other side of the question that had been raised, which was whether the station construction would actually help address the critical issues of insurability, and would it help to provide a meaningful stabilization to the spikes that some have seen in their premiums. And the short answer to that is there's no clear answer to that. Every insurance provider has their own processes that they use to establish risk. And some use ISO, some disregard ISO, some run their own actuarial analysis and their own loss runs. Others use other information that's out there. So there's no mandate that every insurance provider has to utilize the same system or the same methodology. They do have to present their methodology every year to the California Department of Insurance, and they have to explain where they're making adjustments, where they're not going to provide coverage, those types of things. And then their program then gets reviewed and accepted at the state level on an annualized basis. With that, that concludes what I was prepared to address with you this evening, and I would like to turn it over to our fire captain to present to you what's happening with regard to that FRAP process.
Thank you, Thad.
I just need to find my presentation. Not at the bottom anymore. Oh, right there. Got it. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Santos, members of the council. Marcus Hernandez, Fire Captain, CAL FIRE Land Use Planning Program. What the CAL FIRE Land Use Planning Program does is we work with local jurisdictions and assist them mainly with their general plan safety element with regards to wildfire. Additional things we do is we assist local jurisdictions in relaying and explaining and assisting with statewide fire regulations. What I've been brought here to do is give you a presentation on CAL FIRE FRAP's very high fire hazard severity zone maps, and that's what we're going to get through right now, and I hope it makes it a little easier to understand what these maps are all about. So everybody wonders who makes these maps. They're made by CAL FIRE FRAP, the Fire and Resource Assessment Program. And the way to think of them is they're basically a science branch of CAL FIRE. I have some of the positions listed here. We have multiple environmental scientists, research analysts that handle GIS, research program specialists. What we're showing, there are a bunch of high intellect people. They're not the people we have at this station. Sometimes people will ask the local fire chief, can you change this map? It's a totally different branch of our department. Now, what goes into these maps? We'll summarize in a few pages here, but this is how complicated it can get. As you look at some of the items here, this is just to create some zones. We have flame length. We have fire brands, which are basically the fire embers. We have different parcel data's entered. But however, nowhere in here for the CAL FIRE FRAP map will you see a fire station affecting what creates the map. This is a little other summary, is a little more condensed of what's in an urban zone like the city of Beaumont and the wildland zone. Again, you're seeing items like slope, fire brands, which again are fire embers, the probability of burning. So everybody asks, well, our community has a lot of fire breaks. We do good fuel mitigation. Why is that not changing our map? Why are we still in the red? And we'll look at the maps here in a slide. Well, there's a difference between hazard and risk. These maps are very high fire hazard severity zone maps. So the way to think of a hazard, it's a physical condition that can cause damage. Think of that physical condition over a 30 to 50-year window. So a hazard would be you have a slope. A hazard would be that vegetation likes to grow on this slope. And local weather, it gets pretty hot here, it gets dry. Think over a 30-year window. You can't mitigate the hazard. What you can mitigate is the risk. The risk is there's fuels here. We can mitigate that hazard and reduce that risk of the burn by cutting away those fuels. Another way to think of risk, it's kind of like year to year. A risk would be rather than what's the general weather of Beaumont in the summer, think what is the weather this year? That's the risk as opposed to the hazard, which is more general. So these are fire hazard severity zone maps, so they're not very dynamic. They don't change very much. To summarize what goes in these maps, it's in Government Code 51-178. It mentions, I've highlighted and bolded, what basically goes into it: fuel loading, that's your vegetation, the slope, fire weather, and other relevant factors, and it talks about your Santa Ana winds and items like that. So let's get into the maps. There's two types of maps, SRA maps and LRA maps. What that means is state responsibility area. That's where the state has the responsibility for fire prevention and protection, the cost, putting out, and all those items. And that you're going to see SRA, state responsibility area, in the county area. What you're going to see in the city of Beaumont is the LRA maps, the local responsibility area within city limits. So a little more about the local responsibility maps, or the city maps. They were conceptualized and approved way back in 1992 with the Bates bill that wanted to create very high hazard severity zone maps. They worked with local government to create these maps to figure out what are the correct areas to put in them. They're given out, approved by our director, which is our highest chief in the department. Some changes to local government we'll get to later, but you used to be able to, the city with great evidence and the fire marshal's concurrence could reduce those red areas, the very high hazard severity zones. In 2019, that changed. Cities can only extend the areas. And we'll get into other changes with them in another slide. But I want to look at the city of Beaumont's map. This is the city of Beaumont. Rough average, there's about 7,500 acres that's in the very high fire hazard severity zone, approximately 40% of the city. When this map was created, your map, if memory serves me right, was created back in December 21st, 2009. If you looked at the actual map, the governor cited on it is Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's new maps coming out in the future. We're thinking sometime in 2021 is the rough estimate when they'll come out. But as you can see, where the city's mainly developed is not in the very high, but what's left to develop is in the very high hazard severity zone. So let's look at your neighbor to the east, the city of Banning. Much the same scenario there. As you get to the outer limits, that's in the very high. This goes up towards the Banning bench. And where you see it's mainly developed is not currently in the very high hazard severity zone. So we're going to look at what the county of Riverside looks like. As you can see, the county of Riverside is, for the most part, either the dark red is the very high hazard severity zone, the pink, that's the state responsibility area. And we'll get into the regulations that are required, but if you live anywhere in this state responsibility area, you have the requirements of the city very high hazard severity zone. In the state responsibility area, there's a moderate zone, a high zone, and a very high. In the cities, you're only with the very high. We don't require those regulations for the moderate and the high. This is both cities side by side, the city of Beaumont and the city of Banning. As you can see, the cities are surrounded by very high. As if we went outside, we see the vegetation, we see the slopes. So as cities expand their city limits and you keep building, most likely that building will be in the very high hazard severity zone. So what is required in the zone? So there's CAL FIRE created these maps for two purposes. I mean, for safety, we all know, but for more strict construction standards and stricter fuel mitigation standards. That is CAL FIRE's only purpose with these maps. And examples is California Building Code Chapter 7A. It's materials and construction methods for exterior wildfire exposure. We'll get a little more into that in the last slide. And another one is Public Resource Code 4290. That goes into the effect where cities must follow it July 1st, 2021. And what that is, that's the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection's fire safe regulations. That just gives you, if you build in these areas, road standards, signage, water supply, fuel breaks, and green belts. Cities already, for the most part, follow the California Building Code and the Fire Code. These are about as restricted as that. So most cities are already doing this. This is basically just saying Public Resource Code 4290. In these high fire hazard areas, you can't build streets that are 6 feet wide. But like I said, you're already doing the fire code, you're doing the building codes. It's kind of the same. Other requirements is government code that relates to the very high hazard severity zones will be found in Government Codes 51175 through 51189. We'll go over some of those here in the next ones. So some changes, I want to go over Government Code 51179. That has to do with these maps, very high fire hazard severity zone maps. Some changes that happened in 2019, the cities must adopt them when the new maps come out. The cities, like I said, they can only make the very high fire hazard severity zone larger. They can no longer reduce it. And another key change When these maps come out, the city must adopt the maps within 120 days by formal ordinance. That approved ordinance must then go to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection for record keeping. Your fire chiefs and CAL FIRE land use planning will come back around when these maps are released to remind you. We're not expecting people to remember. We're here to help with all the required processes. I went over that. So I mentioned Government Code 51175 through 51189. Key items in there that are required when you're inside these maps. Government Code 51182, that's fuel mitigation. Think your 100-foot clearance. Think you're keeping your dead trees away from the roof, away from the chimneys. That's what Government Code 51182 is. Government Code 51183.5, that's the real estate disclosure. If a property is sold or transferred inside these red areas, the very high fire hazard severity zone, in that packet of everything that everybody has to sign when they buy the house, one disclosure is going to be that you're buying this house in a very high fire hazard severity zone. That currently exists. Everybody has to do that. And then Government Code 51189, that just talks about fire marshals, CAL FIRE making recommendations. The building code, Chapter 7A is a good example, but other building standards within there. And Building Code, Chapter 7A, this is more of a fire marshal topic, but what's in there, what it does, it's construction methods for exterior wildfire exposure. It gives you stricter standards on roofs, eaves, siding, things to harden the home to make it more resistant to wildfire. And again, it applies to all buildings built in the state responsibility or the very high. And that's all I have for you. I hope it gave you some information. I'd like to answer any questions I can for you.
There's a lot in there, so. Okay. I'll be good. Okay. Discussion? Go ahead, Councilman.
When you mentioned the requirements when you're transferring, buying a house,
Yes.
that there's documentation that says you're buying in a high-risk zone,
Yes.
is that a recent requirement, or has that been in place for a while?
It's been in place, it's not 2019, it's been in place a while. I'd have to pull up the government code and see the bottom where it says, but it's not the new changes like you must adopt the maps within 120 days.
Okay, all right. So I was just wondering how long they'd been in effect.
Yeah, I don't have
I
the
know,
specifics of
I know.
that, but I could look it up for you.
Well, no. You knew somebody was going to ask you that, right?
I didn't know that one.
Thank you.
No problem.
Can I interject something in
Yes.
there? Being on real estate, been there for quite some time. And they do, cover a $94 or $95 that you could get that information. So you'll be on the wildfire or, on that hazard area.
Mhm.
They provide that.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any motions we need to or entertain? Discussion?
Yeah, just an update to the
Okay.
council. No action is required.
Okay, very good.
I have a question for the city manager.
Go ahead.
It regards what your staff report and when you were doing the timeline. Is the September date for starting construction, we look like we're still on target for that? And is there any opportunity to move it up? I don't want it to lag any more than that, but I'm just wondering if you could comment on the strength of that date.
That's a very firm date, so we're still on schedule to hit those dates and timelines. I did confirm with staff late last week, just to make sure that we're on track with that, so we're firm on those dates. So
Okay.
I don't think we can go any faster,
All right, thank you.
unfortunately, yeah.
Very good. Anything else?
Thank you for the
Okay.
detailed
Just a quick
Yeah,
analysis.
very good. Councilor
I just want to
Martinez?
say thank you for having a detailed report. A part of our job is to have, make decisions, so the more we're informed, the better decisions we can make, so I appreciate that. I'm glad to see we are on track for the fire station. And I appreciate the data. A lot of my concerns deal with the insurance industry in itself, and that's another topic. But thank you for the clarification. That report from CAL FIRE would actually clarified a lot of the mapping, because that was one of my main concerns, is people ask, and I don't have any background in that, so thank you for that.
One of the things that was interesting is to look at, and we provided one of the data tables from the Department of Insurance. They started tracking back to 2015 changes with regard to insurance policies that were being canceled or new insurance policies that were being written by each of the high hazard zip codes. So that's some interesting information. And the Department of Insurance website it's a really neat website. And so for any homeowners that are out there that are concerned about their insurance or looking and looking to shop, there's a tool there that allows you to actually go and highlight select insurance providers and to really do a comparison. So you can actually, there's a lot that you can do if you go there and look, and some tools available to you to kind of help look. They've identified 50 homeowner insurance providers also in the state of California, and you can see how they're ranked from the top ranked insurance provider down to the 50th ranked insurance provider. So, there's a lot of information there. So, we just put that out there for the community.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, just really quickly, even with the new building code changes, was it 2011, I think, was the fire sprinkler requirement, and then you have the wildland urban interface requirements so you're getting all that, and it's still not enough for, safety purposes, so.
It isn't, and the thing that, as consumers, it's important to, again, kind of, I'll highlight this one more time, but no two insurance companies necessarily look at it exactly the same way. And so, it's shopping around. I've talked to individuals who were dropped by an insurance provider. They found another insurance carrier that actually provided the same level of coverage that they got canceled on for significantly lower cost. So it happens to be the insurance company that we use that they moved to. So again, they went from a very well-established national firm, got notice of cancellation, and picked up another national firm. And again, it's just it's all over the place. There's different stories and different issues that are going on. So every property, every home, every situation is considered through a different process, depending on the company and how they set up. So one of the things we do hope is that construction of our stations and the additional measures we're taking on public safety will have some benefit. But there's no guarantee, and there's no way to really quantify how much of an impact that's going to really have.
Good information, thank you.
Very good.
Could I make one statement to add on that hasn't been discussed about that? The first impact you're going to see is
Can
not
you
so much
just
renewal. Oh, okay.
would you please?
Real quick.
Quick, yeah.
Quick but
And
important.
make it brief. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, as far as the renewal, we have the 1 year where you can't get canceled and you can renew. Where it's starting to impact in the California, realtors came out with that yesterday, and the information I received is that it's a person buying the home the first time. There's people are starting to get stuck in escrow now and fall out of escrow because they can't purchase it the first time. The three that I know in this area that are writing are State Farm, Ameriprise, Lemonade. Lemonade's out of state, but they will write here. But even then, they're one person they write, down the street they don't write the next one. So, but all of these new homes going in, I'm concerned how they're going to sell them and close escrow when they don't have insurance right now. Some people, too, are able to get the fire insurance, and like you said, it may be less, but then they've got to go get the liability somewhere else. And when they have to take the cars off, they don't get the big discount. So overall, it does cost more. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much, Kalfar. Thank you so much for that presentations. Okay, we move on item number 13, proposed refunding of outstanding bonds related to improvement areas 7B, 7C, 8C, 17B, and 20 of Community Facilities District number 93-1, which is known as CFD 93-1. Staff report.
So, thank you, Mayor. So we've got some members of our financing team here to present to you this evening. I think Tom Jacobs with Stiefel, who you've met in some other previous issuances we've worked on, is here to talk to you. One of the things that we committed to a couple years back was a continuing, ongoing review of our outstanding bond debt to look to see where there were opportunities to refi for savings. As we've looked at refinancings, we've looked to target a minimum 3% savings. We've actually had one particular instance where we didn't think we saw enough savings that we didn't want to conclude. We did come back and refinance later, and council was right, because you achieved a better result. I think Mr. Jacobs actually helped us address that one. But he did bring to us an analysis that looked at some specific bonds that were out there. There is one last issue still remaining on the books from the original 2012 issue that we have a proposal here to address. One of the key things that we'll highlight for you is the fact that the tax code has changed the non-taxable status for advanced refinancing. So in the past, we were able to refinance something and do it on a tax exempt basis. That code has changed. So we have some advanced refinancings that we're presenting to you this evening for which there will be taxable. So we have some recommended adjustments to policy that we'd recommend in contemplation of that fact. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it to Tom to walk you through this.
Great, and thank you for the intro. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Tom Jacob representing the proposed underwriter Stiefel on this proposed refunding. As you may recall, as Mr. Parton mentioned, one of the last times I was up here, last August, staff and the financing team presented council with an opportunity to refinance outstanding CFD 93-1 debt for savings. All said and done, that transaction resulted in more than $2 million in savings to property owners. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing another opportunity to refinance outstanding CFD 93-1 debt, this time to the tune of more than $11 million in savings to property owners. So I have a presentation here I'll be speaking to. So before I jump into the estimated savings, a brief update, very brief update on this very, very crazy market. Ever since last year, we've been witnessing a rapidly declining interest rate environment. Last year it was due to the U.S.-China trade war, less than optimistic global economic data, and more recently this year, coronavirus. And weighing heavily on investors' minds is the potential impact on the global economy moving forward. These have all been causing interest rates to plummet as investors tend to flock to very safe and secure investments such as U.S. Treasuries and U.S. municipal bonds. Even more recent, as of this morning, the Federal Reserve reduced their short-term benchmark rate by more than, by 0.5%, to give the economy a bit of a jolt, to increase liquidity, increase the flow of money, stave off any potential market disruptions caused by the coronavirus. As you can imagine, this sent rates even lower. The 30-year Treasury yield at the time of writing that staff report last Thursday was 1.79%. That's 30 years. That's a taxable rate. Today it ended up at 1.62%. Now, as you can see in this chart here on slide 2, it's a far cry from the near 3% yields we were seeing at the beginning of last year. For your reference, we noted here in green in the chart the point at which council approved the issuance of the 2019 pooled CFD refunding bonds. All that being said, as Mr. Parton mentioned, staff and the financing team continue to monitor outstanding debt to see if there's any potential refunding opportunities, and that brings us to the item before you. All right, to the next slide. So we are looking at 4 outstanding series of bonds issued in 2011 and 2012. These bonds are associated with 5 different improvement areas of CFD 93-1. Each of these bond issues was structured with industry standard 10-year optional call provisions at the time of issuance. Given where rates are today, as I mentioned, relative to those at the time of issuance, the city has an option to advance refund the outstanding bonds for meaningful interest rate savings. In other words, you don't have to wait until that 10-year optional call provision in 2021 and 2022. Simply put, an advance refunding is when bonds are issued more than 90 days before the call date. Proceeds are then put into an escrow fund that are invested in securities, and then those proceeds are used to pay off the prior bonds at that call date. Advance refundings are a very effective tool used by issuers to manage debt burden. Just to give you an idea of how effective a tool it was, according to GFOA, that's the Government Finance Officers Association, advance refundings represented 20% of total municipal bond issuance in 2017. As Mr. Parton mentioned, the one nuance with this structure today is that advance refunding bonds have to be done on a taxable basis. Prior to 2017, issuers had the ability to issue tax-exempt advance refundings. However, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts in 2017 removed tax exemption from the advance refunding of municipal bonds. While in the past taxable rates have been much higher, record low taxable rates are driving more and more agencies to consider advance refunding on a taxable basis. As I previously mentioned, the 30-year U.S. Treasury yield ended up at 1.62% today. The current 30-year tax-exempt rate is 1.56, so 1.62 versus 1.56. It's really not that much of a difference between taxable and tax-exempt rates. So all that being said, let's review the outstanding candidates. 23.9 million of outstanding bonds secured by special taxes from 1,735 single-family homes, representing improvement area 17B, also known as Tournament Hills, or part of Tournament Hills, excuse me. Improvement area 8C, Sundance. Improvement area 20, the Aspen Creek neighborhood. And improvement areas 7B and 7C, part of Four Seasons. All these bonds, as I mentioned, were structured with relatively high interest rates, ranging from 5.25% to 6.375% at the time of issuance, excuse me. So, let's turn to the estimated savings based on current market conditions. Assuming a taxable pooled refunding through the Beaumont Public Improvement Authority, which is a similar structure to what the city did last year to refinance those other outstanding 93-1 obligations, we estimate total savings to be over $11 million. This translates to annual savings ranging from $75 per parcel in improvement area 7C to over $780 per parcel in improvement area 17B. If we present value those savings back to today, totals up to over $5 million, or when measured against the par value being refunded, 21.7%. To put this percent into context, GFOA frequently mentions a minimum threshold between 3 and 5% for advance refundings. Now, we also provided a break-even analysis because we get this question a lot when we look at advance refundings. How much could tax-exempt rates rise from today's levels in order for savings to be equal? Well, let me start over. If the city waits until the 10-year optional call dates to issue tax-exempt refunding bonds, how much could tax-exempt rates rise over those 2-year period for savings to be equal to what we're proposing today? A little less than 1% or 0.95%. So not a lot of wiggle room, not a lot of wiggle room. Additionally, one consideration is the annual savings that would be given up during those 2 years. So as you can see on slide 4, the annual savings, the average annual savings is over $500,000, $508,000 per year from 2021 through maturity. So giving up 2 years would be equal to about $1 million. So let's talk a little bit about timing, So assuming council approves, this is only to move forward at this point. We would be back, hopefully within 2 months to present updated rates, updated market overview, talk about some of the finer details of the financing, talk about, the credit rating approval process, the bond insurance process, and seek council's approval on the final issuance of bonds and approving all the documents. That would be somewhere, within the next 2 months. This just approves us moving forward at this point. So no cost to the city, no cost to the improvement areas. So if all that happens, we would look to price the bonds, late April, early May, and then settle the bonds just a few weeks later so that property owners can start to save on their taxes. So I will stop there. There are members of the financial advisor and the special tax consultant, should you have any additional questions, or if there's anything else that Mr. Parton would like to add. Happy to answer any questions.
Tom, could you talk a little bit about the issuances for improvement area 7B and 7C? Those are the relatively small, shorter outstanding balance, because we talked about the fact that our window to advance refinance or even refinance those is closing.
Thank you, and forgive me for not addressing that. So improvement area 7B and 7C, there's only about $3.3 million in bonds associated with those two improvement areas. The savings are a little bit slimmer on those two relative to the other ones. The problem, if those they're a little bit more sensitive, just given the smaller par amounts. I guess the benefit to including them in this pool is that you would strengthen the overall credit, you would strengthen the credit of those two improvement areas. They certainly could achieve what we call investment grade ratings. We're estimating those to be, I don't mean to jump ahead here, but we're estimating the rating to be a strong investment grade rating, which would qualify for bond insurance, which would hopefully reduce the borrowing costs and improve savings to property owners. The problem, if you were to look at those as standalone or by themselves, you may not be able to achieve those investment grade ratings, qualify for bond insurance. They wouldn't be as strong of a credit as if they were, would be a part of a pool. And so while the savings are a little bit slimmer than those, still very strong at 10% of NPV savings. I think there's a little bit of a concern about those, and that's why we're proposing a threshold of 7% NPV savings. We want the savings to remain strong if council decides to move forward. So we've set that threshold, and hopefully the market cooperates over the next couple of months. But I think hopefully that answers your question. Okay. And hopefully that answers the question for you all.
Okay, I'll jump in. Oh, any public comments, speakers or something? Okay. Let me jump in on that. If we do the, you got the calling on the 2022, is there any prepayment on that or a penalty that if we do the, refunding this year or next year?
There's no additional penalty associated with that. The only benefit to waiting for a few years from now is you would be able to issue on a tax-exempt basis, which, as we've shown, they're based on today's market rates, there really isn't much of a benefit to issuing tax-exempt.
That's my next question on that.
The one thing I should mention on an advance refunding, because you're issuing refunding bonds today, you're setting them in an escrow that's going to be earning something, and those bonds or those proceeds will be used to redeem the prior bonds in 2 years. You're earning, we all know what the earnings rate are. So you're only earning, 1.5% or 2% over those 2 years. So you're still paying the old bonds at that much higher rate, but you're only earning about 2%. But all those, that's baked into these savings right here.
Okay, also on that, 7B and 7C, the date on that is, I think it's only 10 years left or 15 years left. Are we gonna jump in on the 20 years on this bond, or what will happen to them?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't have the time till maturity on those two improvement areas, but if they are, actually, they are shorter, I know that.
They're shorter. I mean,
They're shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the time to refinance those is getting shorter. Obviously, the longer you wait, you're taking on not only additional market risks, but, the time to refinance those and realize savings is shrinking by the day.
But I think the mayor was asking whether or not we would be extending the maturity dates.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Extending the
Excuse me.
maturity on that. I mean,
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No, so there's no extension of the maturity on any of the improvement
okay.
areas. So matching maturity, no extension whatsoever.
Very good.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway.
My only question
Go ahead.
there was just what was baked in the savings, as you mentioned. So you'd already alluded to that.
Yes.
Fees and so forth are all kind of in that figure as far as, I mean, of course, the interest rate's different, but I'm talking about the savings number.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's gonna fluctuate a little bit by the time we get there in 2 months, but is there
Yeah.
anything hidden that's not in there that's gonna reduce that?
So,
Besides the,
no, all of the fees and everything are currently baked in there, and I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember. All of those fees will be brought forth to council at the next meeting for your final approval, of course. And all of the differential in earnings versus what's being paid out are baked into the savings as well. There's nothing that isn't, there's no surprises here. The one thing I'm glad you brought up again is I just do want to note that these are based on current market conditions. They're very sensitive to fluctuations in the interest rates. But I will say that even if interest rates were to rise, which is certainly a possibility, the savings still are quite strong here. And of course, if and when we come back in a month or two, we'll be sure to provide you a complete update on the market and savings at that time.
and if by chance we decide to pull the plug when you come back for whatever reason, we don't have a charge or any fee for that, for what you've done up to that point?
No, and if council decides to not move forward, we would just wait until a point in time, or the staff and the financing team would wait until that point in time when council decides it's a best decision to move forward. So it would be put on hold at that period.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Of course.
I just want to say thank you for explaining I had a concern on the ones with the smaller returns. So thank you. So if you were to pull those out, chances are that we'd never be able to refi those because they're just too small by themselves.
Chances are, yes, yeah. And I don't think that the credit wouldn't be as strong. Certainly when you pool a lot of transactions together, there are certain economies of scale and efficiencies achieved through a pool. So if you were to pull them out by themselves, you wouldn't be able to achieve those economies of scale. So to answer your question, yeah, the chances are much slimmer if you pull them out of doing them and achieving these kinds of savings levels in the future.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm good. And even though it's a small savings, I think it's consistent with council's approach to always be diligent and save taxpayer dollars for our residents wherever we can. Even though it's a small amount, they would be left out in a position where they wouldn't be able to take any advantage. And I hope the message just continues through all of the bonds that you listed here to the residents that we need to stay on top of it and continue to do this. And there'll be a variety of savings, but I hope the message is that we're always watchful for wherever we can keep the savings for the resident. So thank you. And thank you for a very clear presentation.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for that. Okay. I have a quick question, not to you, to Mr. Pickney. I mean, one of this, area in here I live, on the Tournament Hills. There's a Tournament Hills 1 and 2. I don't know if this is a Tournament Hills or 1 or 2 on the item, 17B. Okay. Yeah, because I like to recuse myself on that. Okay, let's do a 10 minutes break. Thank you, sir.
You can't make it the same forever. Yeah, I know. Oh, no news yet?
I took-
Oh, it's too early.
I sent him a text.
It's too early, yeah.
You probably won't get anything till
Yeah,
10
yeah,
o'clock
yeah.
and
No.
11 o'clock.
No.
I keep hitting refresh on my screen too. Nothing.
Oh, you're watching it?
So we can ask you?
Yeah.
Okay. I said to Julio, Nicole,
Okay, we're back.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, she's an intern at UC Riverside.
I consulted with our special tax consultant with Web Financial, Heidi Sheppy, and she said she had some good news and some bad news.
Okay.
So the bad news is, no, the good news is you do not have a conflict of interest. You
Good.
live in
Thank you.
improvement area 17A. The bad news is you're not going to get any savings as a result of this.
So I would get the 7%?
No, sir.
Okay. Need a motion?
We do?
Yes.
Okay. I have to look at the wording. Where's the wording?
It's a long one.
Okay. I make a motion for the city council acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District 93-1 to authorize city staff and the city's financing team to pursue the issuance of the proposed 2020 refunding bonds based on the estimated saving analysis completed on February 27th, 2020. As previously mentioned, given the volatility in the marketplace, staff recommends setting a minimum NPV savings threshold equal to 7% of the par value refunded for each of the outstanding bonds, and that is the motion
I'll second.
that I make.
There's no Steve, so.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Okay. Item number 14, award the Public Works Agreement to Matic Corporation for construction services for fiscal year 19 to 20 street CIP program in an amount not to exceed $2,618,032 and authorize the city manager to sign change order up to additional $261,804 for total not to exceed construction budget of $2,879,836. Staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Good
Steve.
evening once again.
Steve.
Yes, so the
Jeff.
item before you is regarding the fiscal year 1920 street CIP program. In April of last year, a resolution was passed defining projects that could be funded utilizing SB1 funds. These projects were prioritized based primarily upon the city's payment management report completed by AMS Consulting in 2017 and their associated payment condition indices. In August of last year, we held a payment management workshop to discuss the methodology in assessing street condition and the rationale behind prioritizing projects moving forward. Working with Michael Baker Company, who was a design consultant for this project, staff finished the design plans and specification for the plan work in December, and the project was advertised for construction in January. Projects were broken down into 3 different projects, which consisted of Project 1, which was the Beaumont Avenue reconstruction and rehabilitation, Project 2, which is the alleyway construction behind the post office between 9th and 10th Street, and Project 3, which is the annual slurry seal project. On February 14th, bids were received and open. The city received 3 bids for construction from the following companies: Madich Corporation, Hardy and Harper, and All American Asphalt. The lowest responsive bidder was Madich Corporation based upon the base bid only, with a bid of $1,326,520.93. A little bit more depth on the projects themselves. So Project 1 includes a full rehabilitation of Beaumont Avenue from 6th Street to 11th Street in the base bid. But additionally, with the bid package, staff identified several additives to consider depending on the proposed cost. Staff was able to negotiate with Madich Corporation to add additional segments along Beaumont, including 5th to 6th, 11th to 13th, and 13th to Oak Valley, With the addition of these segments, the city will be able to rehabilitate Beaumont Avenue all the way from Fifth Street to Oak Valley, including softening the crosscutter that was a concern at the sixth grade Beaumont Avenue intersection. It was originally anticipated that the rehabilitation of all of these segments would take up to 3 additional fiscal years and but in utilizing carryover funding, extensively reviewing and preparing the bid package, identifying alternatives, and negotiating with Managed Corp, we can now complete these segments within the next 120 days. Project 2 consisted of a full removal and replacement of the alleyway behind the post office, as discussed between 9th and 10th. This project will be funded by a combination of the now defunct alley in lieu div fee and the annual citywide CIP project. The last project, Project 3, consists of slurry sealing several streets throughout the city. It was originally anticipated the rehabilitation of these segments could take up to 2 additional fiscal years, but in utilizing carryover funding for this project as well, extensively reviewing and preparing the bid package, we can now complete the rehabilitation of nearly 30 streets within the next 120 days. Additionally, we just received word today that our request for an extension of the rubberized pavement grant has been extended till March 1st, 2021. This particular grant is administered by issuing a reimbursement for $10 a ton of rubberized asphalt, which is intended to be utilized in the next fiscal year rehabilitation project. It's estimated this grant will provide an additional $65,000 in revenue for next year's project. The city currently has about $3.4 million in total Measure A and SB1 funds, excuse me, including prior carryover funds and current fiscal year funds. With the addition of the added staff is asking the council approve a construction contract in the amount of $2,618,032 and authorize the city manager to execute change orders up to an additional $261,804. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeff. Any public comment? Okay. Open for discussion, questions in the council?
Just real quickly, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, Todd, we have a plan to have a PR with Ashley as far as informing the public of what's going on, or do we have a plan for that as we get closer to each little piece, just so they know what's coming up, or?
Yes, sir. We'll be putting some public information out, and we'll be providing progress updates into the community through our city website.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Can I just quickly on that? I mean, on the street itself, are we going to put sign in there? There will be no parking at a certain time, or on the project, on the Beaumont, any projects we have in there? Are we going to put a sign ahead of time that they cannot park on certain time during the construction?
Yeah, we'll notify them prior, obviously at least 72 hours prior. We'll put up no parking signs within 3 days of advance for the areas that are being in the work zone. We'll iron out those details of the pre-construction that we have with the contractor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Council.
Good. Nice to see.
I do have one clarification here. So in the attached contract that was in your packet, in the very first paragraph, there was a mention of a contractor that is not reflective of this project. It will be changed to Managed Corporation, and then it's referencing an audio video enhancement project. So obviously that didn't get modified when we moved it over. And then the signing authority is the mayor needs to be updated, as it still shows Councilmember Martinez.
Oh, good sign.
See, my legacy lives on. See, that's what it is.
He told us he better be the one to sign this contract.
Yeah, no kidding. That's exciting to see.
Yeah, to see. Okay.
I'll make a motion to award the Public Works Agreement to Managed Corporation for construction services of the fiscal year 1920 street capital improvement program in the amount not to exceed $2,618,032, and authorize city manager to sign change orders up to an additional $261,804 for a total not to exceed construction budget of $2,879,836.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Jarv. Item number 15, review of fiscal year 2019 audited financial statements. Another job. Staff report.
Good evening.
Yeah, Jeff.
For you, I hope it's not too late to
No?
talk about audits and numbers. So I don't really have much of a staff report tonight. As you recall, we brought the audit and the single audit before the Finance Committee on February 10th and then before the City Council on February 18th. I'm sorry, I was not. You had, at that point in time, on the 18th, you had a presentation by Vanessa Burke, who was a partner for our audit team. And at that point in time, I think we went through in fair detail what it was all about. I'm just here to answer any questions if you have any. Otherwise, hopefully we can get your receipt and file on this.
Okay. Any public comments on this, or, no? Thank you. Discussions? Or a motion?
We can make a motion, I don't.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to recommend the city council receive and file fiscal year 1920 audited financial statements and the single audit report for fiscal year 2019. Did I read that right?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura? Mayor
Yes.
Santos?
yes. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you for bringing that back.
Yeah. Okay, item number 16, approval of invoice from Riverside County Fire Department for second quarter fire services. Staff report, Jeff.
So before you is, as you mentioned, the second quarter payment that we're looking to process from Riverside County. As you know, we had a pretty good discussion here yesterday, CAL FIRE, or earlier tonight. CAL FIRE does the work, but our contract is through Riverside County. This contracted amount is essentially one quarter of it. It's a little higher than we had on the first quarter. There's a couple of things that are in there that are new for us, or at least new. I would say it's a bill that we didn't have the first quarter. They have the retention pay for the paramedics that is included. It happens once a year. It's essentially a longevity pay type thing. And that's included in this quarter. And then they have an additional payment to the firefighters with regard to working a 72-hour week as opposed to 56. And there's an escalation in that piece of it. It's within the bounds of the contract. At this point in time, if the council goes forward, we are at about 46.7% of the budget midway through the year. The last quarter is a true-up for our admin fee, and it should come in a little bit lower than the other quarters. So we're on target to be a little under budget here. And so with that, I'm just looking for your approval to move forward and pay the bill.
Very good. Public comment?
I
Make a motion?
I will make a motion to approve payment of the fiscal year 2020 second quarter fire services invoice from Riverside County Fire Department in the amount of $1,099,979.11.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 17, pension liability presentation and discussion. Staff report, Jeff.
So this
You're not
one won't
going
be
anywhere.
quite as fast. I apologize for the late timing on this, but we do have a presentation for you that I think is helpful. As you recall, we talked a little while back about some of the challenges ahead for the city, and at that point in time, we talked about that we'd be moving forward to talk specifically about the pension challenges, because it's one of those essentially things that we have to pay. If we don't pay it, our people don't get paid when they retire. And the challenges there, as you'll hear from our consultant, are pretty significant. So I'm going to lead off, and then I'm going to introduce our consultant, Mary Beth Redding, who will be taking over, and she's going to be doing the vast majority of the presentation today. And they're experts. I have actually used Bartell and Associates at another city that I used to work for, and they're quite good. They're well-known in the state for doing this kind of work. So, so the city's current financial condition, as we've been talking about for a while, and as the city manager mentioned earlier, is really quite good, especially if you compare where they were about 3.5, 4 years ago. We currently have an unassigned general fund balance of about $15 million. That's expected to grow because fiscal year 20 is trending to have another nice surplus. But the long-term forecast is for those surpluses to narrow. And that's because as we look forward, the costs associated with doing business to maintain our service levels, adding fire staff, things of that nature, are expected to outgrow the revenue growth and to have a narrowing surplus. If you couple that with an economic downturn, which we know is going to happen, we just don't know when and how deep it's going to be. But when that happens, we should see that narrowing surplus potentially dive into a deficit. The good news is you have a surplus to deal with that. The bad news is that your costs are also escalating at the same time. Pensions are escalating much faster than we expect the revenues to go up. The forecast that we did, and it's in your materials, we talked about this back in December, shows that with a moderate level of recession that hits and lasts about 2 years with some lingering impacts, you would have a potential deficit showing up in your budget by 2024. All guesswork from the standpoint of when it hits, how deep it hits. But those deficits, if it was a long recession, could challenge you having to dive into your reserves quite a bit. What we want you to understand today is that you have an opportunity to put some money aside, if it's the choice of the council, to deal with some of these costs very head-on. So as Mary Beth will be talking to you about, our pension costs are expected to grow over the next 12 years. And that's at, a compounded rate of about 7% or so annually. And that's more than we should expect our revenues to grow over that period of time, especially if a recession hits. Failure to make the contributions would be pretty significant, both to the city employees and the city itself. The unassigned general fund and the surplus we expect this coming year, fiscal year 20, and then I think we're looking pretty good into 2021, 22, give you an opportunity to set some money aside to deal with this and get ahead of it. So I think we're trying to bring this to you at the right time so you can make some decisions with some of these surplus funds and some of the surpluses that are expected over the next few years, in anticipation that if you do some of the right things now, it's going to be a much better fiscal situation later on. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Beth Redding, who's an actuary with Bartell Associates, and she's going to walk you through the numbers and explain to you where we are and what challenges we have ahead in regards to our pension liability.
Beautiful. I think we got it.
You can lead now, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for having me here tonight. And thank you for hanging in there this late in the meeting to get to the pension topic. I hope I can at least keep you awake through it and give you some valuable information.
We're used to this.
Okay, I'm going to start with some definitions that are maybe a little bit tedious to get through, but we're going to be using these words as we go through the presentation. So I want to make sure everyone's kind of on the same page with what I'm talking about. When you have a pension plan at CalPERS, CalPERS has its own actuaries who do calculations every year of what the plan's liability and funded status is, and they calculate the contribution that the city's required to pay for those plans. They do this by calculating something we call the present value of benefits. They look at all your retirees and all your active employees and say, what's the value of the benefits they're going to get, eventually when they retire? What's the value now of that, taking into account their future pay increases, how long they're going to work for the city. They may or may not get a pension. Once they get a pension, if they get a pension, how much is it going to be? How long are they going to live and collect it? Will it go to a survivor? All that stuff is built into this number, the value of benefits. The city does not have to fund that whole value of benefits the moment you hire an active employee. It's funded over time as a percentage of earnings while a person is working. Okay, and that payment we call the normal cost. It's paid every year, and you can think of it as the value of a pension that people are earning every year. Okay. The second part of the cost is related to something we call the accrued liability, and one way to think about that is for an employee who's partway through their career, it's the value of all the normal costs we've paid in the past. What they've accumulated up to. The other way you can think of it is the value of a benefit that relates to the service a person has worked for the city in the past. Either way, the accrued liability is sort of stuff earned in the past. And if everything had gone, okay, did it turn? Yes, okay. I'm having trouble swiping. If everything had gone exactly the way we wanted it to go, we would have as much money in the CalPERS fund as the accrued liability. Okay. The problem is if you look at, by and large, most public agencies right now, that's not true. Things haven't gone as hoped or as expected, and there's less money in the fund than accrued liability, and we call that the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. And actually, that's not one number. CalPERS every year calculates what we thought would be there this year, what is there this year. That difference is the piece of unfunded, or sometimes positive overfunded, that we developed this year, and it's tracked separately and paid off over a separate schedule. Okay, so really in your CalPERS unfunded liability, you have all these different layers of unfunded that are each getting paid off over their own schedule, but altogether we think of it as the unfunded liability. Okay, so how did we get in this position of having the pension plan, CalPERS, not be fully funded? Kind of a sad story, but there's 4 different reasons we think of that are most important. And the first is just bad investment returns in the past. The green line of the chart goes back to about the year 2000 and shows the return on assets that CalPERS got every year. And like most investment return charts, it goes up and down. It goes up and down a lot. We expect that to continue. This particular chart has a blue line in the middle, and that's not at 0%, the way most charts are that you see. It's actually at about 7.5%, because that's the rate CalPERS assumed they would earn every year. Okay, so if you have a year when CalPERS earns 3%, that's not a good year for CalPERS. That's a bad year. They had to earn 7. So, earning over 0, it's not good. Earning 3% is bad, 0% is really bad, and earning 8% is only sort of, okay. It's not a really good year. So it's really, you have to look at the way the charts are, the way the returns are around what was assumed. And what you'll notice when you look at this chart is that 2002 and 3 were bad, as everyone knows, and 2008 and 9 were really bad. Okay. What happened was that if you lose a lot of money, as CalPERS did in 2008 and 9, it needs to be made up by more contributions going into the fund. You're just so far behind that you can't earn your way out of it. And instead of requiring cities to pay more because life was tough after the recessions, CalPERS was instructed to focus on keeping everything very smooth and gradual. They did that. It kept rates smooth and gradual, but did not get the plan very well funded at all. Funded levels have been very stagnant since 2008 and 9. The third thing going on is the enhanced benefits. Most plans were very well funded in the early 2000s, and then we had a movement sweep across California saying, why don't we increase pensions for employees, which was great, but then combined with the poor investment performance has really led to a lot of the poor funded status we see today. We do have, so the city of Beaumont did do this, as did most other people, and implement the highest pension formulas for safety and miscellaneous people. The Pepper law came in for people hired First to government service beginning after 2013, benefits are reduced for those people, and those employees are paying a larger share of their costs, but it's going to take a long time to really have a big impact on city costs. And then the last thing that's going on, and this is sort of good for Beaumont at the moment because you're in a little better position than most people, but we have more and more retirees compared to active employees. So the pool of retirees and assets assigned to retirees is just growing and growing and growing. And as that gets bigger, we see a lot more volatility in the costs, a lot more unexpected up and downs in the CalPERS rates you're paying. The city is a little bit younger than CalPERS on average, meaning that you have fewer retirees compared to actives, and that's mitigating volatility at the moment, but we expect it'll sort of move along like everyone else in the long run. So CalPERS has made a bunch of changes trying to correct these problems, trying to get the system more funded, and they've scheduled those changes. A lot of them were phased in and are hitting in very scheduled sets of increases. So we know that the rates you pay are scheduled to go up. That's sort of a known fact. They have some other strategies to help that will, such as like this risk mitigation strategy. They've lowered discount rates. And all of them are really meant to get the system back to a more sound funding basis to more accurately reflect things that we expect to happen in the future, but all of them are going to mean that you get there by paying higher costs in the future. There's really no other source of funding in the system. To get it better funded, agencies need to pay more. Okay, so let's look a little bit at where we are now. This is a chart showing the funded status of the miscellaneous plan. This covers everybody except public safety employees. As of June 30th, 2018, which is now in CalPERS terms, that's the most recent data we have, the miscellaneous plan is about $8 million underfunded. The assets are less than the accrued liability or the past service benefits. $8 million underfunded, about 76% funded, which is better actually than the average CalPERS miscellaneous plan, which is about 72% funded. I think again, because you have a lower retiree population. Where do we think it will go in the future? And this slide is sort of my disclaimer slide. I have to tell you about my assumptions. When we do our modeling, we model everything we know about CalPERS, including some things like they've forecast actually lower returns in the near term over about the next 10 years. We've modeled the things like the PEPRA people coming in and being a larger piece of the population going forward. But everything we know is built into these numbers. This is what it looks like for the miscellaneous plan. So the green line represents what we forecast as the most likely contribution rate going forward. So right now, to read better, the current rate is about 21.5% of pay, which means that for miscellaneous employees, for every dollar of payroll, personal payroll, you're sending 21.5 cents to CalPERS. It's probably going to go down or stay kind of level in the short run, but over time, over the next 10 years or so, it's gradually going up as a percentage of payroll until it hits about 26% of pay in the early 2030s. Then you start seeing a lot of the unfunded being paid off, and that curve starts dropping, and it comes down to sort of flatten out about 9.5%, 10% of pay about 2040. Okay, so what happened is the unfunded liabilities gotten paid off because you've been putting a lot of money into this plan. Okay, you've been paying CalPERS a lot of money, taking care of a lot of the old problems. 20 years from now, after you've spent a lot of money, the other thing that's happened is most of our classic employees will have retired, and pretty much the working population will be PEPRA employees who have lower benefits. So that's a good thing, but it takes a long time and a lot of effort to get there. I want to talk a little bit about the numbers you see above and below the green line. When we do our modeling, we forecast the variability of investments returns because we know they're not going to earn 7% every year. They're going to be above and below. And we look at what the most likely returns are, which gives us the most likely contributions, but the numbers above that show the 25th and 75th percentile returns. So if you look sort of at the peak rate is about 34% of pay. It means there's a 75% of the time the rates will be 34% of pay or lower, but 25% of the time they'll be above 34% of pay. You know, again, most likely around the green line. They could be below the bottom numbers, although there's sort of this floor. They can't get below normal costs. They can't really go below about 10% of pay no matter what. So just sort of bear in mind that even though I drew you this nice little curve of contribution rates dropping off, it's not at all guaranteed. It depends a lot on CalPERS investment return. Okay, let's look at dollars. Again, we're looking at miscellaneous. Right now, the total contribution annually is about $1.2 million, and by 2031, we see it being about $2.4 million. So a big increase, much faster than inflation and much faster than things like payroll are projected to go up. When we break that contribution into the two pieces, that sort of peachy colored line that's pretty flat is the normal cost. That's the cost of benefits people are earning every year, and it's really fairly stable. It goes up a bunch just in the first year because you added a lot more headcount since CalPERS did their report. The red line that's sloping upwards is the payment on the unfunded liability, and that's where all the scheduled increases are built in. And that's the line you really can't do anything about. You really have to think about it as a fixed debt payment that CalPERS is going to bill you no matter what, okay? And that's really what's driving up the costs and causing them to go up faster than payroll. Okay, let's look a little bit at safety really quickly. The safety plan is public safety employees. It looks very similar to miscellaneous, a little bit bigger numbers. It's about $11 million unfunded. It's about 74% funded. Much better than your average CalPERS plan, which is about 68% funded for safety. But even, you know, I have to say that being better funded than your average CalPERS plan is great, but it doesn't mean you're in good shape. It's still 74% funded. When we look at the projected contributions, safety contributions are always higher than miscellaneous for a lot of reasons. But there we see the rates going from about 43% of pay now to 50% of pay, most likely at the peak. Again, around 2032, there's a 25% chance they'll be higher than 65% of pay. And what I told staff is, this is not high. So imagine paying 65% of pay and being happy that your neighbors are paying way more than you. But it's a huge impact to the budget to say that, you know, almost certainly you'll be paying rates of 50% of pay. Every dollar of payroll, 50 cents goes to CalPERS, could well be much higher than that. But eventually, we project that the unfunded liability gets paid off, the rates come down, they stabilize about 16% of pay for the safety plan. And things are much manageable. Again, it costs a lot to get there. We have the same sort of issue going on with the safety where the normal cost, the cost of benefits being earned, is very stable and manageable, and it's increases in the unfunded liability payments that are driving up overall costs. And if I look for the city as a whole, the blue line is the miscellaneous plan, the brown line is the safety plan, and the blue line on top is total dollars. So we're seeing the total dollars of contributions go from about $3 million a year now to about $5.3 million 10 years out. So very big increases in the annual costs. So the question is, what can you do about this? The first thing I want to talk about, because everyone wants to know, is can't we just leave CalPERS? And the answer is that your participation in CalPERS is governed by state law and by your contract with CalPERS. And it unfortunately really does not give you many options, or maybe no options. A lot of things that people think would be great ideas to do, you can't do. For example, you can't say that all the new people we hire will give them a 401k plan and we won't put them in CalPERS. That's not allowed. You can't bargain with your current employees to earn lower benefits than they're getting now, or to maybe freeze their participation in this plan and start up a 401k plan. That's also not allowed. If you try to do any of those things, you're considered to have terminated your CalPERS contract and be withdrawing from CalPERS. So what happens if you want to leave CalPERS? What CalPERS does is they say, if you want to leave, we have a one-shot opportunity to ask you for money. So we're going to ask you for money to fund the benefits for your retirees and the benefits your active employees have earned. And we're never going to get a chance to come back to you and ask you for money again. So we need to make sure we get enough money that it's going to cover anything. And so they look at these liabilities using a very conservative discount rate, a load for maybe people will live longer than we think. And they come up with a really big number, and you need to pay it. I used to think it was now. I used to think you had a couple months to pay. I think you might get a year or two to pay, but you don't get 30 years to pay or 10 years. You might get in a year or so. How big is that number? Okay, the left-hand column is what our unfunded liability is now. If the plan just continues running along, it's a total of $19 million. If you were to try to leave CalPERS, they estimate the amount they would be asking you to pay within maybe as long as the next year or two is between 68 and 84 million. Those are at the higher interest rates that were prevailing a year and a half ago. I think those numbers are bigger today. Okay, so unless you can write them a check now for probably $84 million, you can't even think about leaving CalPERS. Okay, so we'll move on to another idea. Okay. The other options, in fact, all of the options for improving your situation with CalPERS all involve paying more money to CalPERS. Because essentially you have a loan, a debt, or some people think about it as a mortgage that you're paying 7% interest on. So if you can pay it off faster, you can save money. So option number one says, take some money and give it to CalPERS, more money than they're asking for. We, as a firm, think that that's probably, from an investment return option, the best in the long run. We think that CalPERS probably, again, in the long run, will earn more money than any other reasonable option you have to do with your money. But it's very locked in. You've got a couple different choices. I'm going to run through them really quickly. But all of those lock in sort of the deal when you give CalPERS money. You will decide to do one of two things with that money, and you can't ever change your mind. And you can't say, CalPERS, look at all that extra money I gave you. I can't make my payment this year. Can't you count what I gave you last year? And they're going to say, no, that wasn't the deal you signed up for. We don't change it. So what are the deals you can get? One is called a fresh start. You essentially compress together all these layers of unfunded liability that you have right now, and you refinance them as one piece over a shorter period. It's like going from a 30-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage. Same interest rate, though, so the payments will go up. The payments will go up, but you'll pay a lot less interest over time. This is economically, it's a very good thing. The problem is you've locked yourself into higher payments, and most people are a little bit nervous about that. And again, if things went bad, you cannot go back to CalPERS and say, can I go back to my old schedule? They will say, no, that wasn't the deal. Okay. So the second option that's much more popular is to take extra money, give it to CalPERS, and pay off or pay a part of one of these layers of unfunded liability that you have, and just pay that one off. And that will it's a good thing. It saves money. The problem with it is that if you're trying to pay off your unfunded liability faster, it doesn't really work. CalPERS says, oh, thank you for the money. Now you have more money. We have more money than we thought we were going to have. Your unfunded has just gone down. So why don't you pay us a smaller contribution next year? And so they will reduce all your future contributions because they have more money. And the result of them reducing all your future contributions is that you end up finishing paying off the unfunded at the same time as you would have. You've paid it faster, you've saved money, but if your goal was get the unfunded paid off, it hasn't really worked. You have to make a lot of effort to keep on paying extra contributions and not letting them lower it in order to pay off the unfunded faster. But it can be done. And you have some options for which, sort of how you work with this with CalPERS, but again, whatever you decide to do when you send them money is locked in and you can't change it. So that's one option, is paying CalPERS extra. The other option is this sort of new thing called a supplemental Section 115 trust. This is an IRS qualified trust. It's kind of cool because it's a legal trust. It can invest in whatever the fiduciaries running the trust think is a good thing, meaning it can invest in things like stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's not restricted to the rules that govern where a city can put their money. Okay? So it has a lot more option for good investments. It's a legal trust. The only thing this trust can be spent on is giving money directly to CalPERS or reimbursing yourself for money you just sent to CalPERS. Okay. But inside that, it's very, very flexible. You, the city, have total control over when you put money into the trust, where the trust is, where it's invested, and you also control when you take money out of the trust to pay CalPERS, or if you take money out. You don't have to put money in any year, you don't have to take money out in any year. So it's very different than signing up with CalPERS. It's very, very flexible. The sort of the downside is we think that most of the available places to put the money are probably going to give you a little bit less return than CalPERS. That's really all I wanted to say about the trust. So just kind of comparing the two, it's really, really an interesting choice because they're very different. Supplemental trusts are very flexible. You have, again, the choice to put money in or not, to let the money sit there until you need it. If a bad year comes along, it would be nice to be able to draw on a trust to pay your CalPERS bill. With CalPERS, it's locked in. Whatever you decide to do is locked in. That can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. We talked about the differences in return. With the supplemental trust, the council has the ability to choose where you've put that money, what kind of investments you've used. Do you want to be conservative? Do you want to be a little more aggressive? Are you thinking short-term? Are you thinking long-term? Stuff like that. If you give the money to CalPERS, it just goes to CalPERS. The supplemental trust, if you're looking at your financial statements, it doesn't count as a pension plan asset in your pension footnote. So it would not reduce your pension liability in the financial statements. But it still is a city asset. It's a restricted asset, so you can go to your little pension footnote and say, this is our net pension liability, but guys, remember to read over here, we have this money irrevocably set aside for pension. So you can tell your readers to do that. And the last thing that actually makes quite a bit of difference for a lot of the people we talk to is that a supplemental trust is very visible. And if the city's put a lot of effort and made some sacrifices to save money for pensions, if you put it in a supplemental trust, you can keep track of it. You know what happened to it. You can show people, look at all that money we saved. Here it is. If you give it to CalPERS, there's a feeling that, our $19 million unfunded is now 18 and a half, or something like that. It's hard to see that you're making a really big difference, and it's hard to track what happened to that money. So these are all really subjective things, but that's a lot of the really important considerations when you're looking at setting aside pension money and trying to figure out what should we do with it. I think the biggest decision maker for most people is the flexibility of the 115 trust. Versus locking into CalPERS, even though that might be a slightly better deal in the long run. Okay. We did some numerical examples to show you the kind of savings you might be looking at, because whatever you do, you're paying money sooner, so you're saving interest payments, you're saving money. And the pattern we looked at for contributions were that the city would make a $2 million payment initially this fall, and then for the next 5 years, you would pay $500,000 a year. And we looked at all the, sort of the different options of what you might do with this money and what it would save. Okay, so there's 3 different options on this chart. We looked at, the first one says, if we give the money to CalPERS, so I just said, it's broken into miscellaneous and safety. If we tell CalPERS we want to pay off one of the amortization bases and let them reduce our contribution the way that we're going to do it, we're going to save between the 2 plans $5 million on top of all the money that went in. So after we consider the extra payments you made, there's still a $5 million savings over the next 30 years. And if we present value it back to today, because a lot of the savings is out in the future, it's still a savings of about $2 million between the 2 plans. Okay. If you were to give the same money to CalPERS, but to be very disciplined and not let your contribution go down, to still pay the contribution you would have been paying if you hadn't given them the extra money, you would be looking at saving $7.5 million over the next 30 years between the 2 plans, for a present value savings of about $3 million. So substantially more savings, because you're paying a lot more money up front. You've made the initial payments over the next few years, and then you've paid more every single year after that. Okay. The last number is sort of not particularly comparable if you were to sign up for the Fresh Start, where you combine all your unfunded together and you pay it off over a shorter period of time. A 15-year Fresh Start would save you in dollars about $4 million, if I did my math right. Present value about $1.6 million. So what does it look like? Oh, sorry. The 115 trust example we also did, and the way we did it showed a little bit lower savings, but that's really flexible, so it depends on what you do. The particular one we did saved about $2.5 million, or present value about $800,000. But I'll show you why that's variable. I wanted to show you a couple pictures of the contribution pattern, because I know I just threw a ton of numbers at you, and the important thing to know is that they all save money. This is the miscellaneous plans contribution projection. And I'm only going to do miscellaneous because safety looks very, very much the same. The green line is the same projection of contributions we saw before over 30 years, where you see it going up sort of gradually, peaking out, and then dropping down and leveling out. Okay. This graph has a big spike at the beginning, and that's the paying the $2 million this year. So you would pay more initially. And then you can see sort of a purplish line that stays higher for the next 5 years, and that's because you're going to pay an extra $500,000 a year for the next 5 years. If you look at the dotted blue line, that's what happens if you give the money to CalPERS and just don't do anything, then just start paying whatever they tell you to pay. They're going to reduce your contribution rate because they have the extra money. And the blue line, the dotted blue line, is below the green line, right? But it goes on below the green line, below the green line, below the green line, eventually merges in together. So you ended up sort of like spending that extra money you gave them over 30 years. And you do get, actually, unlike a lot of projections we do, this is a lot of money compared to your contribution. And you can see that it made a difference. A lot of times you're talking about giving CalPERS a fairly big amount of money, and you can't even see the impact it makes. But you can see that it saved money. There's a purplish line that's a little bit hard to see because it's on top of the others. It starts with the big spike. It is a little bit higher than the dashed blue line for 5 years, and then it comes down and sits on top of the green line. That's your contribution pattern if you pay the same amount of money to CalPERS, but you don't let them reduce your contribution. And then there's a brown line that's a fresh start, and what you'll notice about that is it drops off after 15 years. So you can get all sorts of different payment patterns at CalPERS, but the thing to remember is that you've got to pick one of those and sign up for it, and then you're locked into it. Okay. The really different option is to set up your own Section 115 supplemental trust. This is a picture of one way you might work it, because it's all up to you. The green line is the same green line we saw before. It's not quite out as many years, so you don't see the whole flat part at the end. And the orange line is what you would pay. Okay, so you're going to pay a lot the first year. You're going to pay the extra $500,000 the next couple years, and then you're done, and you're going to say to yourself, we would like our contribution rate to CalPERS to be very stable. We would like it to be lower than their peak rate, and we'd like to know what it is in advance. So in this example, we picked 22% of pay. And so every year after the trust is established, we're going to pay 22% of pay to CalPERS out of our budget, and we're going to take the rest of the money out of the supplemental trust and pay them. Okay. And then eventually we stopped doing that. Why did we stop doing that? We set those numbers so that this chart shows the balance in the supplemental trust. The trust grows while we put money in it, and then we say, great, we funded it. We want to start using this to reduce our contributions in the peak years, so we start spending down the trust, and it just runs out of money right when those two lines merge. So I'm going to go back to here, right where the orange line merges with the green line, the trust has run out of money. So it's never going to go exactly like this, but the idea is that you'll build up money in the trust for a while, and then at that point you can have a very solid budgeted number of what you're going to pay CalPERS. You can reduce the peak rates, and then hopefully CalPERS rates are down by the time the trust runs out of money. The other thing, but you don't have to do that. You can put money aside in the trust and then say, things are going pretty well. We've got room in the budget. We'll just leave the money in the trust and wait for a rainy day later on. So it's very, very flexible. And that's why it's harder to compute. The savings are definitely our savings, but how it plays out depends a lot on what you actually decide to do with the money in the long run. So that is the end of the charts I wanted to show you. I'm going to ask if there's any questions. Sorry, I know I went really fast and you saw a lot of numbers in there.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, there's
No public comment.
Discussion.
I have some early questions. So with the 115 trust, we'd have to pay to have that actively managed, correct? So there'd be fees involved, whereas now we're not doing that with CalPERS because they do the investment.
Well, CalPERS it costs some money to do the
Yeah, it
investing,
does.
and it comes out of your
It does.
return.
So how does that compare then if we started to?
So one of the reasons I think that CalPERS will have a better return in the long run is because their fees are fairly low. They manage a lot of money. Their fees are low. The biggest providers, the three current biggest providers of 115 trusts, and by a provider I mean they've gone to the IRS, they've gotten a qualification letter for the trust, they're sort of set up to manage it. The three largest providers are all privately held companies, so even though their expenses may be very reasonable, they are going to be a little bit higher than CalPERS.
Okay.
CalPERS has opened its own trust that we think will have lower expenses, but they're focusing on a much more stable return, lower rates. So you won't have to pay out of pocket, it'll come out of the return from the trust.
Okay. And when you went through the numbers, and there were a lot of numbers. So when you did the spike on the 115, what was the assumption for the sunk amount on that spike? How much?
It's the same. It's a $2 million payment this September,
Okay.
and then $500,000 a year
And then
afterwards.
the 500 with no reduction?
No reduction.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
No, I was hoping the 115 trust would be something that we could look at, but the returns on that, if they're not gonna be comparable to what we're getting from CalPERS, then this doesn't seem to be that it would be feasible for us to.
So we think they won't be as high in the long run, but a lot depends on where you choose to invest the money. So you could choose a 115 trust that, is sort of comparable in its sort of equity fixed income mix to where CalPERS is and bring the returns a lot closer. It's up to the council. Some councils feel that that's a little bit of a rainy day fund, not, and they want to be a little bit more conservative sort of on purpose than CalPERS is.
So it gives you the more flexibility financially through good times and bad times to have it, to take care of that money rather than give it to CalPERS that you can't, where you're locked in.
Right. So you set aside the money. You're sure you want it to go to pensions, so you don't just keep it in a city
Right.
reserve, which is very secure. You're thinking a little more long-term, so you're willing to invest it, but you're thinking, gee, if our CalPERS rates spike up, it means something bad happened to investments, and maybe we want to insulate our own 115 trust a little bit from whatever bad thing drove up the CalPERS rates. So maybe be a little more conservative. But I want to say that's not everybody. I mean, some councils will say, we know we can beat CalPERS's investment return, and we're going to try. So there are a lot of different philosophies.
So my concern is when you have, we're predicting economic downturn, and then we're on the other hand thinking of something that we're locking in, which is a little uncomfortable at the moment for me. So talk about if we just keep it in a reserve and keep doing what we're doing now. I mean, I don't know if that's just a safe way that I feel, but I'm trying to see what we can do more versus locked.
So that if you have it in a reserve, it's earning very, very little, 1 or 2% maybe, which is fine. It's very secure. But if you leave it there for a long time, you're giving up a lot of interest earnings. Okay. If you picked a fairly stable 115 trust that maybe targeted earning 5% or 4.5%, you would still be way ahead. But you would be adding risk, and if you felt like for sure a huge stock market drop is coming, maybe you would want to wait, although it's really hard to predict when they're going to happen. So I think you're balancing, keeping it in city funds is absolute stability, with how long are you going to do that and give up the return on that. The other thing is, if you want to be sure that money goes to pensions and doesn't get diverted, might be a bad word, doesn't get repurposed, one way to do that is to put it in a trust, because then you're sure that it can only go for pensions. And that may or may not be a concern.
Now, the calculations you use are based on the current contributions to CalPERS?
Yes.
So if they decide, tomorrow that, hey, this is a new figure that's astronomically higher, then all the models change, obviously, based on that.
Yes. The good thing is that if something really bad happens right now, there is this huge lag before it actually hits your rates. It would be the 22-23 rates, so 3 fiscal years out, and it would really hit the rates on a phased-in basis. So even though it would change all of our projections and costs would go up, it would be a somewhat gradual phase-in. It's not overnight.
And the additional 500,000 was the top of what we were paying, whatever our contribution
Yes.
was.
Yeah, we just use that for modeling purposes. I mean, the council could invest whatever level they felt comfortable with on a one-time basis and then on an incremental basis. Those are just numbers we use so we can model something.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good for now.
Okay,
I'll have to read.
thank you. Now,
So what we're looking for tonight is, we wanted, it's a lot of information, and I know that it's not reasonable to ask for decisions based on this hitting you so quickly, but we would like to know, we wanted to make sure you understood that the pension costs are real. They're going to go up, and, you know, as Mary Beth, as we mentioned, these are just the numbers we think right now, and they're going to be different. But the good news is I felt pretty good because the numbers were pretty close to my long-term forecast. So I didn't win in lunch, but I thought I should have. But yeah, we'll still work at that. But I think what we wanted to do is put before you this because, you know, there's a lot of things that you can use your money for. And believe me, your needs are going to outstrip your resources. That's just, every city's in that situation. But the option to put some money aside to address your pensions is a way to not only deal with your pension costs, but to deal with your just long-term operating costs. It is a secondary reserve on top of your rainy day money. Because it can be used if in a bad time to soften the blow of rising pension costs. What we do when we pay pension costs in the years, we pay the normal costs on an ongoing basis, but we pay a lump sum money. You've heard us talk about that at the beginning of the fiscal year. This year it was about 1.3 million. You, in a tough year, if you have an economic downturn and the general fund is just running low, you can pay off that liability piece that year out of your trust. So those are some options. I like it because as a budget guy, I like to have flexibility. And, you know, there's a lot of options for the council to consider. I would not say you'd want to invest as aggressively as some people do because, you know, there's a risk if you need to take the money out right after you've lost a big sum, that's a challenge. And it's one of the challenges that CalPERS fell into. They couldn't stop paying funds even though they'd lost a lot of money. But for my money, for my recommendation would be for the council to at least consider the trust option. And, but what we'd be looking for you tonight is to give us guidance as to whether you would like us to bring that option before you and talk more in depth about that option, what it looks like, and some of your investment options and things like that. Or whether you're interested in further looking at the payment of CalPERS directly. And so what I'm looking for mostly tonight is direction as to the next course, with the idea that I'd like by the time we're wrapping up this budget to hopefully get some decisions on whether you want to allocate funds and things like that.
okay, can I have a quick, you know, on the 115 trust?
Yes.
And 115 is really more, look like a IRA self-directed investment. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you could do a subdirect on that. So it means on the 115 is so similar to that kind of investment. Is that correct? It says in here that you have a choice on investment on the trust.
Right. So the city would, you could create your own trust. You could get an attorney, do an IRS filing, create your own trust, and then you would have total direction over where you put the money, bearing in mind that the city is a fiduciary and is obligated to be, you know, don't go crazy.
No.
The other option that's more popular is to go to one of the outside providers because they've already done all the legal documentation.
That's cool.
And they will, some of them, there's one called PARS, they have like 5 different options and you can pick one of them. But there's other providers that really will give you pretty much total self-direction on where you go.
Is it on the what kind of investment do they have on their portfolio? The one you just mentioned, 5 of them.
They do like, they have somebody who manages it and they kind of go like 70% equities, 30% fixed, Or do you want to go 60/40, 50/50, 40/60, 30/70? Yeah, and so they have sort of this range, and you pick somewhere in the range, but they're, I would say, blended equities and blended fixed income. They're not, I think the managers are doing some stock picking, but you're typically not.
Okay.
Is there any transparency with the CalPERS as far as their cost?
They, I think when you talk to these folks and they come out, they'll tell you what their cost structure is. So the question was about transparency, about
Yeah, the
cost.
transparency, because I would think they'd have to show you transparency, and their costs have to be pretty high for all the people they have to staff and do these calculations and.
No.
Yeah, CalPERS
15 basis points, isn't it?
does 15 basis points administration, but the returns are always provided net of investment fees. So it's harder to tell what their investment costs are, but I think the sense is they're lower than many other options, partly because they're not making a profit. They're a public agency.
Not only that, because they have a huge fund.
They have a huge fund.
They're number one in the United States and the world. So,
Right.
Yeah. that's
Which
my
sometimes is
information.
hard, because where do you can't walk down to Fidelity and say, give me 300 million shares of
Well,
this.
what I look at, your spikes that you showed CalPERS over the years mimics my little portfolio that I have. I mean, they're not doing any better than people that are diversified out. So I think the trust that we've been talking about, the cost can't be that much differential.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah,
It just adds up over time. And when I'm saying one will do better than the other long-term, it's sort of marginally, and again, remember, you got to look at it long-term, because short-term, anything can happen.
So if we decided to go forward, we would be able to bring you options, and one of the options we could look at is to invest in the CalPERS trust themselves, the trust they've set up, or one of these other companies, and we can look at the modeling of, like you've seen with the bonds and stuff, we'll look at the modeling of what the cost portfolios and the different options, and if the council decided to go forward, we would ask you to adopt policies and procedures with regard to it and an investment policy that would govern how we would manage and invest those funds. So.
Well, I did have a question. So when you mentioned PARs, are they a 115?
They have a 115 trust.
Okay, thank you. That was all. It was just a minor point. When he started talking, I figured I can ask
Yeah.
later, so. Well, I don't know about the others in council, but I think, from my perspective, I'd like to see you look into it. I do think that, I think we need to step up in terms of the pension liability, and, but we are really pushing the envelope on the recession and other things, so I'd like it to be something that we can maybe tailor a little bit more to what the city needs, which would mean that you would look into it more.
I agree.
I agree in that. I mean, that would be nice to see the 115 trust with the other options.
Can I ask, is the council interested in also seeing more information on paying CalPERS directly, or just on the 115? I'd like to get some clarity on that.
I'm good on just the 115 myself.
I'm good on just the 115.
Let me interject the one I got the information. I mean, on the Riverside, the city of Riverside, they did, pay off not pay off. I mean, they went up to 90% of their, funded liability on that. I mean, they're very good. I mean, the way I saw their numbers and everything, they're really ahead of the ball game right now, because their contribution went down. I don't know if you're familiar with the city of Riverside. They did that. I mean, they were down almost the same at 70%. They paid it off last year. Now they're on 90%.
That's a big payment.
Yeah, that's a big money. So
My question, as you look into it, is I know as you go into CalPERS, the state has their parameters and who they're allowed to invest with. So is the CalPERS trust going to follow that same state pattern? And because I read in here that if we go 115, then we don't have to follow the state investment
You
policy.
you definitely wouldn't have to follow the California finance rules for cities' general funds. I mean, those rules are not applicable. Whether CalPERS investments are restricted in their trust, I don't know. Do you know?
So CalPERS in general can kind of invest in whatever they want, but they have some state rules that they're not that happy with, that like let them not invest in people who make guns or people who do, whatever. So they have that kind of rule, the social investing rules they don't like. They are opening their own Section 115 trusts, but they are going to be leaning much more conservative, much more low-risk, low-return funds with a much lower targeted investment return.
And I guess, as a part of this policy you mentioned, our investment policy, we could write in our thoughts on if we went to a 115.
Yeah, no, we would want the council to give clear direction with regard to investment policy, because ultimately, we need to manage it, and we need to have some rules with which to manage it.
Well, I'm for it as well.
Let me ask you something. I mean, if we do internally, I mean, are we going to do a reserve, unrestricted reserve, so we could put it on the any option on the 115?
So when we bring this back to you for the 115, what we'll do is I'll bring back some modeling, a sensitivity analysis that will show you different levels of initial funding with your one-time funds and different levels of ongoing funding, let's say budgetary contributions on an annual basis. So you can see what it looks like, and we'll do some sensitivity analysis about how those monies will stack up. We'll do some estimate on returns, as you've seen here, on a lower level return, a higher level return, and then talk a little bit about risk assessments and things like that.
Well, excuse me. After the big scandal in Orange County on what the investments were that were chosen by the Orange County controller or treasurer, I forget which one it was, but they restricted and they made a restrictive list of what cities could invest in. And it's very easy to get what that list is and very well known. So I'm sure that the Certified Municipal Treasurers Association, if you go to their website, they have podcasts and they have all of their meetings regarding what the allowable investments are. And those are all the guidelines that the state set after that debacle with Orange County. Yeah.
Yeah.
For them getting a little bit too cavalier with their investments.
So I think I'm hearing the direction is to focus on the trust option and to bring you back some further information for your consideration.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very much. Okay. Very good. Item number 18, fiscal year 2020-21 to fiscal year 2022-23 short-range transit plan, first draft. Elizabeth. Thank you.
I have one more PowerPoint presentation for you. I'll make it brief. This is your first look at the transit services budget. Table 4 is one of the tables within the short-range transit plan. It is the most important table. It is. No. Thank you. It lays out the financial plan in summary form for next year's short-range transit services. So while Nicole's doing that, let me just go through the funding. So the local transportation funds is your operations that cannot be used for capital. We are asking for $2,610,230. Your state transit assistant fund is your capital. That cannot be used for operations. and that amount is $3,020,000. Part of the requirement is fare box recovery in a minimum of 10% fare box recovery ratio, and we project that somewhere around 279,000. We are dangerously close to a population of 50,000. I'm waiting for the Department of Finance numbers to come out, and if we are at that, then we need to start talking about a 5-year plan to look at either a blended fare box or 20%, and we'll be working with RCTC on that to find out how those calculations are actually made. Is it on your screen as well? Okay. Okay, so we have. Snag her power cord. Just give me 1 minute here. Okay. Can everybody see that on the screen? Okay. So the first part of the process, we had a kickoff meeting with our CTC, February 26th, and they outlined all of our deadlines and some overall funding. We are required to turn in our first draft March 13th, and that's next week. The only thing we're required to turn in is what you're seeing tonight, which is the Table 4. The narrative will come later. We have to upload some data to RCTC, and then we'll, the second draft of the narrative, which is the narrative, is due April 17th. We plan to open up a public hearing with you all on April 21st, give the public an opportunity to comment on next year's plan. We'll close that public hearing May 5th, and then the final draft is due to RCTC May 8th. This is a very aggressive schedule compared to the last couple years. They intend to take it to the full board June 10th. And so we will have an adopted budget by June 10th. The allocations to the various transit operators are outlined in this screen. I want to note that RTA and Sunline are 75% of the total pot. Rail is another 18%, and then the other 5 operators, including Banning and Beaumont, make up 7%. Performance report year-to-date for the current fiscal year, we should actually be at 67% right now at year-to-date February. Our passenger count is low. It's at 58% from what we planned for in the current SRTP. Our revenue hours are low. However, that's not a bad thing, as the revenue miles are the same. That's not bad to be below. Our fare box right now is at 9.4%, give or take a 0.5%. We are looking at the reasons behind that and what we can do to bring that up. I'm going to show you a few slides. I'm prepping you for the comprehensive operations analysis presentation. Your first one from that contract will be at the next council meeting, but I want to give you some historical trends. I've been tracking transit data in Beaumont since 2008, 2009. I have all of the passenger counts, revenue miles, everything that we collect for over 10 years. So the average number of passenger trips in a weekday, you can see, was very low back in 08, 09. We only had three routes running at the time. And as we grew, it climbed. We peaked in fiscal year 14, 15, and that was when the last COA was done and implemented jointly with Banning, when we had our trunk route. We had 4 buses running down 6th Street in Ramsey. And then services began to, or passenger counts began to decline as services were scaled back between the two cities. We're anticipating that we're going to end this year with 393 average passengers in a weekday, which is back to roughly 910, fiscal year 910. So system-wide, same trend. It's that curve where you see the peak in 14, 15, and then we start to decline from there. So this is dial-a-ride, fixed route, and commuter link. These are peak routes. The peak routes, I want to focus on Route 7 and 9 because they are peak service in the morning and the afternoons. They predominantly service the schools. Those two routes make up 50% of our passenger base, and that is declining as well. The last slide I want to show you as far as stats. This is our commuter link. It is skyrocketing. Just commuter links. We are seeing double-digit increases year after year in our passenger base. We started out with 45 passengers that one year that we implemented the first commuter link, and we are now probably going to hit somewhere around 45,000. And that is in less than 10 years, about 9.5 years. So I want you to keep that in mind as we start talking about the COA. Regional transportation. Here's your proposed budget. It mirrors your table 4. It's a little bit condensed, but I wanted to put it on the screen so that it was easier to see. I want to focus on the capital projects. The capital projects, there's 5 of them, and then that last line, the rehab of the bus stops, that's a grant. Those are 2 separate grants that we've actually already received. However, RCTC is requiring that we put them in the table 4 to formalize them so we can start asking for the reimbursements. CNG station improvements, 1.5 million. Admin facility, 500,000. That'll be the 4th and Veely building. Bus stop sign and amenities, 100,000. 2 electric shuttles. There is a mandate for greenhouse gas emission reductions, and everybody's going to electric vehicles. So that's 220,000. That is not enough for those 2 vehicles. However, the consent calendar tonight had a grant for the Volkswagen that you approved. This 220,000 will bring that grant up to a full package, so we'll have enough money. And then we need 3 new buses, fully outfitted, or 700,000, and those will be replacement vehicles. So that's your proposed budget in a nutshell. I would like to ask at the end of my presentation if there is any changes in the priorities of that, of the capital projects, and then I'll rearrange them based on council's recommendations, I'll rearrange them before we send them to RCTC. Your operational cost elements, 83% are personnel services. Salaries are 53%. Your PERS and PEPR that you were just talking about is 8.2. Maintenance and operations, fuel is 9.5% of your 15%. It is critical that we get that CNG station online so that we can reduce that cost alone. Administrative overhead is 3.6%. That's your one-time transfer into the general fund. Contract services is 2%, and of that, the bus washer contract alone is 1.3 of your contract services. This is just a snapshot of the positions that are funded out of transit. It's not your typical org chart with city council, city manager, assistant city manager. These are just the positions that are funded out of transit. So half of my position is funded out of transit. The other half is funded out of Parks and Rec. Management analyst, same thing, and then the rest of the positions there. Fare structure update, go past fare. You're going to hear about the triennial performance audit next. One of the findings is that we need to go to the ASB and ask for a vote to subsidize the Go Pass program. The Go Pass program is strictly for Mount San Jacinto college students. Every college student pays a fee when they register, whether they use public transit or not. That fee right now goes to RTA. And the auditor is requesting that we get some sort of a subsidy from that because right now we're transporting passengers for free. It is going to drop this year. Last year, we transported over 3,700 passengers. This year, I predict about 1,800, and that is because we are not traveling into Banning anymore, and we don't have a campus here. Banning transfers, the new agreement July 1st. 1,713 passengers have been transported free with that new agreement. That is passengers getting off a Banning bus and handing a Beaumont bus driver a ticket, a transfer ticket, and Beaumont's not charging. So over 1,700 passengers have been transported for free in that arrangement. I put a note in here, Route 4, which is our downtown low-income DAC area. That's our disadvantaged community area. 54% of the passengers that are riding free are riding that route. 54% of the passengers that are transferring between Beaumont and Banning are riding Route 4. And I think you recall, I predicted that the majority of the passengers that ride Route 4 are trying to get into social services in Banning. And that tells you right there, over half of them are in this downtown area. Token transit service fee, this is a proposal we're going to bring back to council. We're doing the analysis right now. Route 7 and 9, your peak routes, they predominantly service the schools. 74% of the total fixed route passengers using token transit are on those two routes alone. Token transit takes a commission off the top. When a passenger buys a fare on their phone, token transit automatically gets their fee, and then they send us the check. We're looking at actually charging a service fee like you would if you used your credit card, and they charge you 45 cents or something to use that credit card. So we're running the numbers. That may be a way to bring our fare box up. Marketing, we are bringing the contract award for the rebranding of the buses to you in April. We continue to do presentations throughout the community. We will kick off the travel training trips that are so successful. We still use Google Transit. We're still using Double Map. And then, of course, we have the token transit. And our special events, we have multiple special events marketing the service throughout the year. And those are all listed there. So what's next? Next meeting, you're going to see the COA summary of Phase 1. That includes some preliminary findings on data collection, community engagement summaries. We will bring back a revised Table 4, and then we'll present the revisions and narrative to City Council at the April 21st public hearing. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any, okay, discussion. Questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Elizabeth, are any of those special events affecting the fare box rate considerably? No?
They are free. So yes, there is a negative effect to the fare box. However, we do see it as a benefit to draw more passengers to public transit. It gives them an opportunity to ride the service without worrying about missing a connection or not getting home. It's more of a relaxed.
You don't see any need to bring that to us for consideration of modifying that?
We can look at the costs and absolutely bring that to you as part of the package.
And on the token transit, I remember we had talked about the legality of fee charging on some of these when we talked about some of our credit card use and stuff in the city. Have you passed the idea of a fee by legal to see if it qualifies or disqualifies for that?
Not yet, no.
No. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you put the slide up that has the proposed items that you're looking for us to?
That one?
Okay, here we go.
Okay. It was trying to catch up.
Yeah, that's the one. On the rehab of bus stops, how many do you have an idea of how many that is that you're proposing to rehab, or is it just all of them, or?
We're going to do as many as we can for that. So the rehab would be included everything that happens at a bus stop, the signage, the benches, the shelters, the concrete in some cases, landscaping.
As we, this is just a question, as we do the rebranding, do you see that there may be a need to do a rehab or to move the rehab of the bus stops up as a part of that rebranding? Or is that, can those two track separately? I guess is my question.
That particular item is two State of Good Repair grants. If you look in your package on table 4, they're separate line items. I grouped them for the purposes of the presentation. Those two grants have already been approved, and we're already looking at spending money. This is included in the SRTP because RCTC required it for us to get reimbursed.
Okay.
Some of the changes that RCTC is making in the SRTP process dictate that any grant that we get approved be included in the following year, table 4. So we've already been approved for that grant, and we've already actually started spending some of the money.
Okay.
One of them is part of the Walmart.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't affect that at all. That's already done. So I don't have a problem with the order.
With the
you have
other
set up.
5? Okay.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, one of the things that I think you mentioned was you were considering doing a route to more of the workplaces here in Beaumont, and you were looking at doing a run over to the warehouses where some of the people need to get to their jobs. Are you still considering that, and are you thinking that that's a more productive route?
The analysis of the new route to, it's the Rolling Hills Industrial Park where Wolverine and Amazon are. That is part of what we're going to present to council on the 17th. We did move that up in the scope because the timeline with Amazon coming online was faster than we were doing with the COA. So that will be part of the presentation. I can't speak to it tonight.
Yeah,
We're still in the preliminary stages. We're looking at adding it to one or both of the commuter link stops. The disadvantage is we don't have the census from Amazon as to who they're hiring, where they're coming from, whether or
Right.
not they'll be using public transit.
I wasn't trying to push the conversation early. I was just very concerned about we're having such trouble with that fare box right now, and I'm very concerned about our population jump, so, I don't know.
Keep in mind that the electric vehicle charging station and the CNG station revenue will go into our fare box. That's really key to having that revenue come in, because that will go into our fare box. If we reduce our fuel costs and increase our revenue, we should be okay. We have 5 years.
Okay. Go ahead. Go. Yeah. This is a thing that my really questions is I just, Council Carroll mentioned about the transportation on the Port Street. And I know when we were on the mayor's roundtable, I mentioned that I think we need to service that area, because there will be a lot of employees, new employees will be traveling on that. Thank you, that you keep eye on that. Motion?
Is it direction or motion?
It's a direction? No. Need a motion. Oh, direction.
Oh, it is direction.
Oh, direction. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Clear on that?
Providing direction the direction is good.
And by the way,
Yes.
that bus contract is not $1.3 million, that's 1.3% of your operating.
Did I say million?
No, there was, the way it came out, it's like it was 1.3 million on the
Oh.
bus cleaning contract. So I'll let you know, we're not paying 1.3 million.
No, it's
okay.
1.3% of your contractual services.
Yeah, that was sort of how I
Very good.
heard it, kind of.
Okay, move on,
would've
item
been
number
A lot of bus
19.
washing.
I started a bus washing business.
Okay. Drop Trinillo, number 19, drop Trinillo performance audit of the City of Beaumont Transit fiscal year 2016 to 2018. Elizabeth.
Thank you. So tonight before you is the draft of the triennial performance audit. Riverside County Transportation Commission hires the auditor, and this is done every 3 years in accordance with the TDA. This is in draft form because RCTC has not heard this item on their agenda yet. They're asking for comments back from us, so it's before you tonight. Our finance director, Jeff, has reviewed it as well as me and my staff. Some of the highlights include, there's 5 of 8 that let me back up. We fully complied with 5 of the 8 requirements, and then we partially complied with 3. Of the 5, the CHP audit that happens every year, it's going to happen in a few weeks here for this fiscal year. We got a satisfactory rating, as we have for many years now. Our annual claims for funding were submitted to RCTC. Our annual operating budget didn't increase more than 15%. However, in 2016 and 17, it was a little bit higher, but that was attributed to salary and benefits. Performance is consistent with the Public Utilities Code section, and then our employee retirement system is fully funded. Where we partially complied was our fare box recovery ratio. In 2018, it did dip to 9.1%. The transit operator's financial transaction report wasn't submitted in time to meet the deadline. However, 17 and 18 were submitted on time, so that first year in 16, when we were still coming out of the fog. And then the last one that we partially complied with was the annual fiscal and compliance audits. One of the things they look at is, did we comply with the prior year audits? So when they came in and audited in 2010 and 2012, they gave us a list of things that we needed to comply with. And they go back and they look at those to see if we did. One of them was the timely completion and submittal of the FTRs, which we just talked about. That was implemented. They would like us to separate the state controller's report into 2 submittals, and that hasn't been implemented yet, but I did learn from our finance director that we are applying. Dial-a-ride and fixed route have to be submitted separately. They would like us to collaborate with RTA and Mount San Jacinto on that Go Pass program that I mentioned in the previous item. And then they'd like us to track rider trip trends for mobility devices, which we implemented as soon as they brought that to our attention. All of our wheelchair passengers are now tracked separately so that we can see how many we are transporting. We average about 85 a week, by the way. They look at our performance trends and indicators, and then they give us our new overall findings and recommendations. And so for this audit period, they again said you need to separate out the state controller's reports, and again collaborate to get some funding for the Go Pass. They asked that we include a link to banning transit on the Beaumont webpage, and we have already done that. And then they asked that we report mechanical road calls in our TransTrack, which is our RCTC reporting, and we have implemented that. So this is just an informational item. There's no fiscal impact, and it's a receive and file.
Elizabeth, if we, I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
If we do cooperate with Mount San Jacinto and pick that up with the Go Pass, we'll get subsidized for that Go Pass program? We hope, like we
hope.
should?
It actually goes to a vote of the student body. And if the
Okay.
student body says no, then we don't get funding. But then we have an option of continuing to honor the Go Pass. We are honoring the Go Pass to encourage education and to support our neighboring city where there is a campus. However, it is something that if the Associated Student Body of Mount San Jacinto says, no, we don't want to pay anymore, there's no funding. So it would be definitely something that council would need to consider whether or not you want to continue transporting Mount San Jacinto students for free, That is the only way to subsidize, is
Okay,
through
but you'll
that.
let us know if we get to that
Yeah,
point?
absolutely, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, I'll bring the whole thing to you and let
Okay.
you know when it'll go to a vote and.
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 20, update on Pass Zone Technical Advisory Committee. Staff report, please.
Good evening,
Good evening, John.
or morning, or.
Yeah. Still eating, Todd.
Just,
Seems like I got the steak already.
so just,
You need to stock this with energy drinks.
as requested last time, just a quick update on the Pass Zone Technical Advisory Committee. Yeah, as you're well aware, that the City of Beaumont's a member of WRCOG, the Western Riverside Council of Governments. In January, actually January 23rd of this year, the Pass Zone TAC met for the first time since July of 2018. The purpose of the meeting was to kind of review past discussions and discuss additional funding that may be available, or that is available for the Pass Zone for future TUMP-eligible projects. Members of the Pass Zone, which include Calamasa, City of Beaumont, Banning, and Riverside County, and WRCOG staff, met and discussed the potential projects. We utilized the 2019 TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, as a basis for developing a 2020 TIP. Projects were requested by all the agents to be funded. After the meeting, there was extensive discussions with both WRCOG staff and other member agencies in order to reach a consensus on the projects that had been requested. And on February 24th, consensus was reached, and the 2020 draft tip was approved to be passed on to the Pass Zone Executive Committee. So subject to the Executive Committee, the following projects that you see there in your table for City of Beaumont would be eligible for funding. We look at $2 million for the Highland Springs project and $6.5 million for the Potrero interchange. This is a receive and file, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, open for discussion.
Good news.
Oh, so quiet. Yes, we're good.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. So you could have your dinner. Okay, thank you so much. I mean, legislative updates and discussion.
May I ask
Oh,
a question
quick
before
one.
we just, why is a couple of these on the chart? You've got Singleton and Sun Lakes are bright yellow? Is there a reason for that?
No, the yellow were just the changes that we agreed upon in the
Okay,
tip that's
all right,
moving
all right.
forward.
I was just wondering if there was
No.
something tenuous about that they were bright yellow or, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Update, Carl?
Thank you, Mayor
Thank
and
you, sir.
Council. I'll make this brief for you tonight. Townsend Public Affairs, our city's lobbying consultant, as well as staff, is currently looking through all the different pieces of legislation that were introduced last minute at the deadline. So we're going to be bringing you forth a more comprehensive list in the next couple weeks, possibly a couple meetings from now, where we get a full list and we have time to digest everything. Of note, and I've alluded to this the past couple meetings, there are a substantial number of placeholder bills that have been introduced, so we're going to have to monitor how those shake out. I'm not going to go over the state of the state again. As we alluded to, I think at the last meeting, there's an extensive amount of legislation being proposed in the state level dealing with the topic of impact fees. Today, it totals around 10 bills. One's a placeholder, but it's named impact fees. And they are all over the board in terms of the language and the impacts in terms of cities. I think I found one that I might be okay with. But there's a lot of ones that were interesting. I did find one, just to note and potentially laugh at, is that it basically allows us to charge allows local agencies to charge impact fees, but we can't collect them for 20 years after the building is completed, which almost contradicts the entire premise of an impact fee, as if we're able to collect it 20 years after. I mean, can you imagine what impacts that's going to have on us if we just build houses? And we know we're going to get that money 20 years from now, but then Christine and Jeff have to go build streets and everything for all those houses today until 20 years. So that one was an interesting one. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that. There was an informal hearing titled "The Price of Civilization." I don't name these for complete disclosure. Dealing with the impact fees, so there was hefty amount of debate from all sides on the topic. Townsend was there representing us and providing input. The key takeaway that I read through is that it seems like the state legislators are understanding that impact fees are not really the crux of the problem that is the housing affordability crisis, as they've coined it. So hopefully they take that premise and move forward with that, understanding there may be things that the local jurisdictions need to do. Another one that I thought was interesting is there was concept of impact fee studies, those nexus studies that we did a couple years ago, those being old and stale for certain jurisdictions, and how that's contributing to the problem. Our city manager eloquently put it that if they update their impact fee studies, more than likely they'll probably increase and not decrease. So I'm not exactly sure who is getting information on the impact of older nexus studies, but we'll make sure to provide some of that information. And then we're also trying to keep track of if they have additional joint informational hearings. We're trying to get word of those down here in Beaumont to see if we want to send someone from the city on the city's behalf up there to explain how things work in the Inland Empire versus up in Sacramento. I'm not going to go over much on the legislative update for the federal, except for there is some work Congress is working on. Obviously, they're working on, but Congress is working on transportation bills. So there's a decent amount of money that they're playing around with, trying to appropriate that into different transportation projects. One thing I saw is that they're trying to figure out a way to charge electric vehicles for their impacts on the federal and the state highway system, because as you know, most of our gas tax goes towards that. Well, electric vehicles don't buy gas. So they're trying to figure out how they're going to tax or charge electric vehicles that are rolling around on the streets, even that new electric Hummer, for the impacts on the streets when they're not buying gas. So that's a good one to keep watch of. You probably get a tax credit for buying one, and then you turn around and have to pay it for highway taxes. So we'll let you know if anything else comes up, and I'm able to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Kyle. Council reports.
I have nothing to report.
You want to go? Go ahead.
Not much. RCA, we rolled out a new website. It's wrca.flywheelstaging.com. Interesting title, but it's supposed to be more user-friendly, has a lot more education links, so that would be used for the youth to kind of get involved more with what RCA does. So we thought that was interesting, and when they found out I was a teacher, I got roped into some of the guinea pig preliminary type testing of it. So I'll let you know how that goes. I'll be using it in my classroom, seeing how the website coordinates with some of our curriculum. So
Offspring.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Councilor Lara?
Yeah, trying to run through this really quickly. Just attended Monday, as a matter of fact, the WRCOG meeting. Ann Meyer was there to discuss the proposed traffic relief plan. They're looking for comments on that. I had Todd email out a PowerPoint that was presented. We have until June 10th. I was thinking we may want to look at that and make that an agenda item that we can discuss to make sure we're all on the same page here, moving forward. So just take a look at that. In that PowerPoint, I think there's a website that you can refer to take a look at it. It's, also, I was a part of the inaugural Great Shake. It was put on by Sanji School. It was great to be a part of it. They ran the kids through real scenarios. One was to learn how to give change back, correct change on an exchange, interviewing practices, different things. It was great. It also will lead to the winner will go to compete nationally. So that was great to be a part of that. Congratulations we attended, as the mayor mentioned, the CAF girls soccer game championship there, and also had the opportunity to attend the CIF girls wrestling masters tournament last Saturday, which was great. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, just mention about the Beaumont soccer team. Again, met with the Coach Julio and then also the principal of the high school in there. And then I attended also the amazing shakes, and the winner on that lady, she's very, very good. She got the poise and everything because the way we judge it, Vice Mayor Laros there, and also the president of the Unified School is Susie Lara, and I really salute them, and they were there for the whole day. I came in on around 1:30 in the afternoon to the round number 3, and met with the kids, and the way we judge them, it's how they, shake hands, how firm they are, and then how they look at you on eye to eye, and their poise. And it's nice to see that on the, junior high, having that kind of, presentation and contest at the same time. Really proud about that. And then I attended the also the we have the first one, the mayor's roundtable. I really appreciate. I really very thankful to Todd Pardon, Kyle Orensky, and they put together and everything. That was great, and also with Ashley Starr, and we have a good turnout in there. We got the Blue Sky Printing. Joe, he what a home-based business and making a good money. I think a few close to $1 million or something. So I said, whoa, So, and also the classic ARC Collision. Joe also, he owns it, and he got now he got close to 30 employees in there. And this is amazing. Our county Jews attended with Gary, and amazingly that they express they need more employees. And when I say amazing, it's they're fully employed right now. Got 180 employees,
Right behind you.
and then he got he needs 28 more employees as of now. And then CJ Foods was there, and they're looking for this year for an additional 100 employees. So we have to, I think Ashley is putting, and then Kyle also putting on the website to have a job opening on these employers. So there's a lot of things, going on in our city. Looking forward on the, again, on the being stable economically. Jeffrey mentioned about that. We're getting there, and we're there now, being a stable city. And other than that, that's it. Thank you. Economic development update, Kyle again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There is an Economic Development Committee meeting next Wednesday at 4 o'clock here, and that's March 11th. And then just a friendly reminder, the Mount San Jacinto Community College Career Vehicle will be here the next day, which is Thursday, March 12th. And then, as the mayor alluded to, we are gearing up for the job fair that's going to be held in June. So currently, we're out there searching for businesses that are looking at hiring. And then once we get everyone signed up, we'll be advertising to the public for the actual jobs they're hiring for. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Kyle. See the treasurer report?
Two things,
Gary?
we have a special meeting this week to go over the RFP for the audit firm that we will be searching for next year. So we're reviewing that. That was part of the signed council tasks that we had. And then our new date for the audit and finance committee is our meeting is next Monday.
Very good.
That's all.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, city clerk report.
Two things also. Month of January, we had a total of 23 public records requests filed and completed. Staff time, 6.50 hours. Secondly, with 31.1% of the precincts reporting, your colleague is leading the state senate race by approximately 1,700 votes.
Okay.
That's
Very
all.
good. Thank you. City attorney report.
Just briefly, you have at tab number 22, the litigation status report, and keep in mind, these are the cases that have been filed against the city. These don't include the lawsuits that the city is part of against former bond counsel, disclosure counsel, a claim that it has against its former insurer, and the affirmative claim that we have pending against Urban Logic and its principals. But as to the cases pending against the city that the city's been served with, the first item is Urban Logic. We gave you a detailed update on that in closed session this evening. On the Gary case, that case is at the discovery phase. And then the Serato versus the city of Beaumont case, you'll recall that is the pothole or sinkhole case. And we filed a motion for summary judgment. The other side argued that they needed to do some discovery, so the court gave them additional time. And there's a hearing on our motion for summary judgment scheduled for April. And then on the Santa Cruz case, I'll just report that that's still at the pretrial phase. And then number 5 is Charles Peters versus DBA Pioneer Mobile Village versus City of Beaumont. That case started with 35 causes of action. It's now down to 6, and we've filed a demur as to those 6 causes of action, and that is scheduled for a hearing this Friday. And then a new case that's been filed is the Alfonso Hatcher case. We reported at a closed session this evening that the council authorized us to defend that case, but we think we may have that case resolved, and so we'll keep you posted on that. And that's my report.
Very good. Thank you. City manager report.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to address council this evening. So we had a very good meeting today with Caltrans. We have a new ambassador. Mr. Fusey was our ambassador that retired on us in December. He met with me once and decided to retire, apparently, so I'm not sure. I'm not taking it personally or anything. Mr. Fusey, I know you're watching. I know you're watching. And You know, Councilman Martinez, it is amazing. The coincidence is just unbelievable. The mayor was just visiting with me, and he was talking about how much he loves ospreys.
Oh.
And he has an initiative he wanted me to announce for him tonight. He thinks that the mayor is such an esteemed position in Beaumont, he wants to retitle the position to, I think it was the, correct me if I'm wrong, he wants the mayor now to be called the Wizard of Osprey. So, so we'll be bringing that on a future
Here we go.
agenda. Yeah. So that does conclude my report for you this evening.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Future agenda, we will, discuss the WRCOG, the PowerPoint that emailed to us. Okay. And any future agenda? Yes.
Not an agenda item, but I would like to recognize the school teacher who helped RTA with the centerpiece, Mr. Parachi, and the students that were involved. We've done that every time they've helped the RTA and helped with us with the Teen Now centerpiece and done their engineering work. So I'd like to put recognition on the agenda one of these nights, whichever works out.
Very good.
And reach out and ask them to come and get acknowledged for the work they've done.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, other than that, we adjourn at 10:28 p.m.
Wishful thinking.
Next meeting on the 17th.